Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. This is the regular board meeting for the Board of Supervisors of Lake County. We will begin our meeting with a moment of silence, and I'm going to pass it on to Vice Chair Crandall.
I have a moment of silence for Emmeline Honeyjoy Mitchell. Miss M was her nickname. She was born in Lakeport on April 17th, 1956, and passed away on October 13th, 2024 at Sutter Regional Center in Santa Rosa. She was, Miss M was an absolute beautiful Pomo woman who was strong, funny, and amazing to be around. She is survived by her children, Erica Rouse, Robert Rouse, grandsons Sonny and Johnny Ray, siblings LaVonna Tapia, Eugene Mitchell, Jackie Mitchell, and many nieces. Her funeral and her services were actually yesterday, but I just wanted to make sure I got this this moment of silence in, and she was from Robinson Rancherie as well. So,
Thank you for that. If we could all rise. Supervisor Green, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move on to item number 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Are there any extra items?
No, there are not, Chair.
And any from board members? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Any items to be pulled by board members? Seeing none, let's open it up. Anyone in the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are in the board chamber, please come on up to the microphone. I see no movement in either one, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the consent agenda as posted, items 5.1 through 5.11.
second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to our public input. I do have one here, but it's for a specific item. This is for public input on anything not on our posted agenda for today. If you wish to provide public input, please come on up to the microphone. You will have 3 minutes. Again, raise your hand in Zoom or come on up to the microphone in the chamber. Seeing none, let's go ahead and close public input and move on to item 6.2, our 9:03 a.m. item, Pet of the Week, and we have Mr. Joel.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Today we have Oscar, a 3-year-old Mastiff. He's a true definition of a gentle giant. He does great with all people, kids, and other dogs. He has not been cat tested, but we feel that he would be great in any household. He is happy to snuggle up on the couch with a warm blanket or go on an outdoor adventure. He is the whopping 110 pounds of pure love. You would also like to mention the little female puppy from Glenhaven Fire has found a loving home, and we adopted at our pumpkin patch event on Saturday. And on Saturday, we'll be at Rainbow Ag providing free microchips for cats, dogs between the hours of 10 and 3. If they check out our Facebook page or Rainbow Ag's Facebook page, you can get more details.
Thank you very much, and great news. Love what you did over at the pumpkin patch this weekend. Appreciate that.
I just wanted to also note that the dog Glenda apparently went with one of the CAL FIRE officers, Mr. Little, Jack Little, So he said it when he came down from the hill and she was in his driver's seat all curled up. He goes, "I think I'll just take her. I got a big yard." So he ended up doing so.
A bond was made.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our 6.3 item, 9:05 a.m., presentation of proclamation recognizing October 2024 as Filipino Heritage Month in Lake County, and Vice Chair Crandall will come up and do that.
pray. I think you can come up here with us. And so, let's see. Who's going to read? Oh, that's the same one. All right. So we brought forward this proclamation, and it was an idea because I've seen other counties conduct this proclamation for Filipino American History Month, and it is within September and October. Considering, we have 2 directors of Filipino heritage, not to mention in this county during the 30s through the 50s, folks came here from the Philippines to work in our agricultural industry, and there are many folks that live in the community still that obtain Filipino heritage and also work in the community and whatnot. So I just felt it was a good thing that we do this, and so we're going to read it in English, and then Lloyd is going to read it in Tagalog. So we'll start. I'll read the first paragraph. We'll go like we did before. All right, so this proclamation is recognized in October 2024 as Filipino American History Month in Lake County. Whereas the celebration of Filipino American History Month in October commemorates the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred on April 18, 1587, when the Luzones Indios came ashore from the Spanish galleon Nuestra Señora de Esperanza and landed what is now Morro Bay, California. And
whereas ang pagdiriwang ng Filipino-American History Month noong Oktubre ay ginugunita ang unang naitalang presensya ng mga Pilipino sa kontinental ng Estados Unidos na naganap noong Oktubre 18, 1587 nung dumating ang Luzones Indios mula sa Spanish galleon na Nuestra Señora de Esperanza at dumaong sa Morro Bay, California.
whereas in 2009, U.S. Congress recognized October as Filipino American History Month in the United States. Various states, counties, and cities in the U.S. have established proclamations and resolutions declaring observance of Filipino American History Month. And
whereas noong 2009, kinilala ng U.S. Congress ang Oktubre bilang Filipino-American History Month sa Estados Unidos. Ang iba't ibang lugar sa lungsod sa U.S. ay nagtatag ng mga proklamasyon at resolusyon na nagdedeklara ng pagdiriwang ng Filipino-American History Month.
Whereas the late Dr. Fred Cordova, along with his wife, Filipino American National Historical Society, FANHS founder Dr. Dorothy Laigo Cordova, first introduced October as Filipino American History Month in 1992 with the resolution from the FANHS National Board of Trustees marking 2024 as the 32nd anniversary of Filipino American History Month celebration nationally. And
whereas si Dr. Fred Cordova kasama ang kanyang asawa si Dr. Dorothy Laigo Cordova ng Filipino-American National Historical Society, FANHS, na si Dr. Dorothy Laigo Cordova ay unang ipinakilala ang Oktubre bilang Filipino-American History Month noong 1992 na may resolusyon mula sa FANHS National Board of Trustees na nagmarka ng 2024 bilang ika-32 anibersaryo ng pagdiriwang ng Filipino-American History Month sa buong bansa.
whereas as early as the 1930s, Filipino immigrants significantly contributed to the history of Lake County, California, and the United States, most notably as laborers recruited to support the agricultural industry, as medical professionals to deliver health care, also as servicemen and servicewomen to enlist in the armed services, and as pioneers who settled in the United States and Lake County to build communities. And
whereas noong dekada ng 1930, malaki ang naihambag ng mga Pilipinong imigrante sa kasaysayan ng Lake County, California at Estados Unidos, lalo na bilang mga manggagawang para suportahan ang industriya ng agrikultura, bilang mga medikal na profesional para sa kalusugan, bilang mga nagtatrabaho sa militar at sa mga tumira sa Estados Unidos at Lake County para sa taong bayan.
Whereas Filipino Americans have made Lake County their place to live, work, and play, continuing to present day and into the future, greatly contributing to the local and broader culture and economy, which enriches Greater Lake County. And Lake County takes great pride in the diverse workforce, which includes talented Filipino Americans in the workforce to include key leadership positions, and is exemplified by outstanding public servants such as Ray Buenaventura, who serves as the Public Defender Director, and Lloyd Guintivano, who holds the position of County Counsel. And
Whereas ginawa ng mga Pilipinong Amerikano ang Lake County bilang kanilang lugar upang manirahan at magtrabaho, na nagpapatuloy at lubos na nag-aambag sa kultura at ekonomiya para sa pamayanan ng Lake County, at ipinagmamalaki ng Lake County ang nagtatrabaho na kinabibilangan ng mga mahuhusay na nagtatrabahong Pilipinong Amerikano sa pamumunong posisyon gaya ni Ray Buenaventura na nagsisilbing Public Defender at si Lloyd Guintivano na nagsisilbing County Counsel.
whereas the County of Lake will commemorate Filipino American History Month each October, a month-long observance to honor and share the rich tapestry of Filipino American art, history, culture, and identity. And I'll go into the next one as well, so we could do both. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares the month of October 2024 as Filipino American History Month in Lake County and encourages the community to engage and celebrate in Filipino American festivities throughout the month, passed and adopted this 22nd day of October. Signed, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Bruno Sabatier.
Whereas gugunitain ng County of Lake ang Filipino-American History Month tuwing Oktubre, isang buwan ng pagdiriwang upang parangalan at ibahagi ang mayamang sining, kasaysayan, kultura at pagkakailanlan ng Filipino-American. Ngayon kaya ipinahayag na idineklara ng Lake County Board of Supervisors ang buwan ng Oktubre 2024 bilang Filipino-American History Month sa Lake County at hinihikayat ng taong bayan na makisali sa pagdiriwang itong buwan.
And that's it. And thank you for being willing to do this. I think it's just very important that we do honor, all different diverse, folks from everywhere. When people talk about how the country, was formed, they talk about how everyone is welcome to come to the country, and there's no specific language that's designated for the United States. I think people forget that sometimes. And so when I go into different areas and I see people speaking their native language, it's important. I think it's, awesome. So that's why I felt it was important for you to read this in the language of Tagalog. And so would either of you like to say anything?
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Crandall. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So as a former elected official in my past life, I have been often the issuer of proclamations like this, but never someone to receive it. And I can tell you it's quite humbling to receive it. I'm actually, I feel a little pressure. I'm a bit nervous because I'm me and Lloyd are representing the Filipino Americans in Lake County today. When I first came here, you welcomed me, and I felt really at home here in Lake County, but I've never felt more welcome than today. For you to do something like this, to honor Filipino American History Month in a population where we don't have many Filipinos, but we do have some, and for you, Supervisor Crandall, especially you, to take the initiative, and for all the board members to support it. It's really gratifying, it's very appreciated, and it's very humbling. This is something that I think the Filipino community here in Lake County is going to be very proud of. I'm wearing what they call my barong Tagalog. This is the traditional Filipino formal attire that's worn on special occasions. This is a special occasion for us, for the community. I only have about 9 days left in October to wear it, and I might just wear it every day. I'm that proud of being part of this community. It's my hope that someday you'll all get to visit the Philippines. The Philippines is a beautiful country. It's had its struggles. We've been colonized. We have had dictators. We've suffered from natural disasters. But in the end, we are a resilient people. And it's the people that I really would like you to meet. I'd like you to see their warmth, their hospitality, how they always have a smile on their face despite the conditions they go through. Lake County, I'm seeing just all signs of culture and of the Filipinos here, from the lady at the farmer's market who sells the lumpia to your diversity in adding Lloyd and I to this administration, and to this new restaurant that's just down the street, a Taste of Paradise, who's now going to be serving Filipino cuisine. It's just a great community, and I'm just so proud to be here. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you again for the recognition, everybody. It really is meaningful to our community. Thank you. So.
You're good? All right.
Thank you for doing this again, Vice Chair Crandall. For those of you that don't know, this is the third proclamation in the last few weeks that's been done in multiple languages, and it's really important to shine a light on the diversity that makes Lake County so strong and beautiful.
I want to thank Supervisor Crandall. These are the most words I've heard sequentially come out of Lloyd's mouth ever. So if there's one proclamation I have enjoyed immensely, it was that one. And to hear it in Tagalog is exciting. Yes, like most of us, our familiarity with Filipino culture is limited. I'm definitely dialed in on the lumpia down at Library Park, so if you've got nothing else going, blow that booth up and make her happy for today. Not all lumpia is created equal. There are other places that try it, but if you want it done right, go to the natives. And to the new place, I don't know, maybe you can explain this another day, maybe it'll be another board item, but spam. I don't really know how to get my head around the ongoing use and abuse of spam, but thank you for that, and you look very nice. You should show the audience how you look.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for bringing this, Supervisor Crandall, and Ray and Lloyd, for, especially you, Lloyd, reading that in your native tongue, as we said. So, Filipino culture is ingrained in Middletown Rancheria's history also. We have tribal members who are married into Filipino families. We also have that blood and that culture running through our tribe, some of our tribal members. So today is an honor, obviously, to have this happening today, but it's integrated everywhere in the culture, especially through the tribal nations. We can't be the only ones in Middletown that have that tie with our Sonoma County tribal people who have, participated in all the cultural events over in Sonoma County. Matter of fact, we even had one of our tribal members accept the proclamation in Sonoma County that they did last year. So thank you very much for doing this today.
And I don't have much more to say than what's already been said by my colleagues. Vice Chair Crandall, thank you very much for bringing these proclamations, this one as well. Appreciate the two of you, Lloyd and Ray, for representing a larger community within Lake County and also within our staff as well. There are other Filipino Americans within our staff. It's always a good thing to acknowledge and say, we see you, we appreciate you, thank you for contributing to our community. So I think this is always good. Thank you very much. Any public comment on this item?
And so I just wanted to also say that in the tribe, in my district, Upper Lake and in Robinson, I think in my tribe there's at least a third of our members who are married into the Filipino culture as well, and then in Upper Lake. So, and that's because of the 30s, of course. And so a lot of the families, they blended during that time frame. And I found it in the Malden books, which isn't usually, the best to use, but at the same time it referenced, from that time frame as well. So, and then my elders also talked about it. So I knew that there was, a lot of connection. So that's another reason why I felt that, because also, like your tribal member in Sonoma, we had one as well accepting it. And I was like, wait, why don't we do that? So, so yeah, that was another thing that sparked this. So
We have a public comment from Betsy Kahn.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. I just want to acknowledge, I know there are hundreds of amazing people in this county of Filipino descent, but I want to personally acknowledge in Robinson Tribe, the Quitiquit family. The members of that family are profoundly artistic, creative, just a fantastic group of people. And then also one of our most prominent and really fantastic community members is Magdalena Valderrama from the Ziegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association up on Cobb. So thank you very much. This is a beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further hands up and no one getting up in the board chambers. And so we'll go ahead and close this item.
Oh, yeah, this was it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Moving on to item 6.4, our 9:15 a.m. item, public hearing continued from August 13th, 2024. Consideration of appeal AB 24-02 of Planning Commission's approval of major use permit UP 20-96 Highland Farms. Appellants Tom Lasik, Margot Kambara, and Associates. Hopefully I said that correctly this time. I tried to learn from the last meeting. Location 7408, 7522, 7527, 7634, and 7746 Highland Springs Road, and 7257 and 7357 Amber Ridge Road in Lakeport. APNs 007, 006, 27, 34, 35, 40, 41, and 007 057-01 and 02. At this moment in time, I think before we start, we wanted to take an oath, get people sworn in, and then open it up and then open up the item. And so if anybody wants to speak on this item, then I'm going to ask you to please stand up and raise your right hand and follow instructions from Johanna. If you are online, please raise your hand so we can unmute you. If we can unmute all of those, there's just one hand at the moment.
Hold on.
Oh, here they come.
Jeez Louise. Okay, hold on. I think I got them all. All right. With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thanks.
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. So I want to open it up first with comments from Director Turner, and then see how we move forward with today's public hearing. And so you have the floor.
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Director, Community Development Department. The Lake County Code requires materials to be submitted for an appeal no less than 96 hours prior to the hearing. The purpose of that is to avoid a large amount of documentation arriving before the board or the Planning Commission without sufficient time for review. On Friday, October 11th, staff received about 280 pages of input from the permittee regarding the project. This is a little different. Although the submission did meet the 96-hour time limit, the materials that were submitted were not just materials talking about the appeal itself, but rather modifications to the already approved project. Given last week with a holiday and some lack of availability by the project planner, we've not had sufficient time to review these documents. In fact, with 281 pages, it would take us a little longer than just a day or two because we need to consult with our stakeholder agencies. We need to review the changes in the project to see how that impacts our environmental analysis with the possibility of recirculating the analysis. Additionally, we do need time to confer with County Council regarding what to do with a project that is modified after it has been approved but is now getting appealed. So this is not a common set of circumstances for our department. Due to those reasons, staff does require a continuance. In order to give us proper amount of time for the CEQA, and if we are to recirculate the CEQA and get additional or revised comments from our stakeholder agencies, we request a continuance to January 7th or January 14th. Leave that up to Johanna. Should the board decide that they would just like us to come back with a report on our proper next steps as vetted through County Council, we would be happy to do that at an earlier date, but we do request that mid-December.
Okay. I want to kind of check in with the board as to their thoughts on continuance, because that would change the process of today's meeting. What are your guys' thoughts? Do the continuance or proceed with today's public hearing with the information we have? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, because there's two flavors of this request. One would be assuming, and I don't know this because we haven't heard from the applicant yet, assuming the changes submitted are all designed to shrink or modify the project in part to address concerns raised by appellants. It's not a slam dunk that such a review would result in a recommendation to go to a recirculation. Is that correct? There could be two possible paths.
I can't answer that definitively because we have not had the time to actually review the materials.
Okay.
But that is an option. Staff also, just to finish, staff is, we are able to present on the appeal with the project as was approved. We're not prepared to do a presentation on the project as it is being proposed to be amended.
Okay. Then I guess my question would be, and we'll accept public comment on that, is, not choose your poison is not the right one, but when we're talking about dates for a possible continuance, what people think the more likely scenario might be after that review, and we'll try to schedule that continued date at an appropriate time based on those comments, but we haven't heard those comments yet, so thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Pyska?
I mean, I haven't had time to review everything either, so I think we need to continue the item and hear back from staff on what the recommendations to move forward either way are.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with getting a report back in the mid-December after you guys have had time to review. I think that was the second part of the request there. That's where I'm leaning towards, and have us that opportunity to get some more information for yourselves and also for us. So those are my thoughts.
I'm open either way, and I know that, are we going to allow public to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so seeing what they have to say as well.
December 17th is the last one.
It is the last meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of a continuance because obviously I'm making assumptions, but I'll hear more. The changes that have been submitted are based on trying to make the project more palatable to the community. And without having a full review of it, then I don't have the ability to do a full review of moving forward today without that full review. And so what I have is a CEQA analysis based on the original project, not based on what has been submitted. I think that our job is to try to find a way to yes if it's possible. That doesn't mean we always go to yes, as you've seen historically that we have done some approval of denials and things like that through these appeals. But I think that we want to give both parties the chance to be able to either come to a compromise or maybe it just can't happen. But without that full review, that doesn't give due process to the possibility of that happening. So that's where I stand. And if there's nothing further, I would like to open it up for public comment. I would like to start first with the appellant and then the applicant before we move on to other public comment. And right now, we're talking about the continuance, so please keep your comments based on whether or not you want us to do that or not. Please.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. My name is Casey Shorrock. I'm an attorney with Somex Simmons & Dunn. I represent appellants Tom Lasik and Margot Kimbara. We're here today to present the appeal. We've reviewed the material. We've reviewed all of the material. It's been 88 days where we've had to, everyone's had the opportunity to look at all of this material, not the most recent material, but either way, we've reviewed it. We're ready to present our appeal and discuss the modified site plan. My comments today are similar to those made at the August 13th hearing. Disallowing the appeal to be heard today will greatly prejudice Tom and Margot, who have gone to great effort and expense to prepare for this hearing, to be here today, including the expense of having their legal counsel, me, present for the second time. These are just private citizens. They're not developers. They're not a corporation. Not hearing the appeal will also prejudice community members supporting the appeal who have taken time away from work and other responsibilities to be here today again for the second time. Community development and the applicant requested the last continuance for more time to review appellant's evidence and respond. They've had 88 days. Appellants have met every deadline given to them by community development. Even if they didn't fully understand the reasoning behind the deadline, they've met it. Appellants have followed all of the county's rules. Any ongoing consideration by CDD of the applicant's project changes and post-MND analysis occurs outside of any legitimate CEQA process. I won't go into that here because I know we're not discussing that, but I'm hearing talk about recirculation. That's not appropriate here under CEQA. You don't recirculate an MND. You prepare an EIR when an MND is sufficient. That's just the law. Even if the board decides to grant the second continuance, and obviously it can, we request that it grant it in part and that Tom and Margot and myself and the public be heard today and at least give you the information we have up to date, having reviewed all the materials. I have a presentation and I'm ready to present. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. If we can get the applicant to come up, and then we'll go ahead and continue with the rest.
Good morning, Supervisors. James Anderson with Everview Law. Let me adjust this. James Anderson with Everview Law on behalf of applicant Highland Farms, LP. I just want to point out that there's a lot of discussion about modifications and amendments to the project and how the project's been approved. My understanding, based on the county code, is that the appeal stayed the decision of the Planning Commission. So right now, there is not an approved project or an adopted MND. That's just a slight clarification. I won't get into the CEQA matters, but I also want to point out that appellants provided a prodigious amount of material that we did not have the ability to review until late last week, and we are still working through it as well as staff is. A continuance would grant staff and the applicant the time to properly respond to these comments in an effective manner. And I think that the new comments that were provided, that again, we didn't have available until late last week, raise several new issues that I think staff needs to be able to analyze, and the applicant would like the ability to fully respond to in due course. With that, I think I'll yield the rest of my time. I don't want to address any substantive CEQA issues unless it becomes, of moment here, but I'm happy to come back up and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now for, sorry to say it, normal public comment, rather than the representatives of the applicant and appellant. So please come on up. Yes, we're doing 3 minutes for each one.
Yes, that's fine. Chair Sabatier, Vice Chair Crandall, members of the board, thanks for at least hearing us out. I just want to recap how we got here. We had a planning commission hearing back in May. We filed our appeal on time. We asked the county when we should submit our supplemental material, and we went back and forth on that, and they eventually said have it in by July the 26th, and we had it in on time, and then nothing happened. We inquired with the county why the stuff wasn't being posted to Granicus, and we were informed by the county that they were going to wait until the last possible moment to post it. And sure enough, that's what they did. And then the next workday, they said, oh my gosh, all this stuff came in. We need a continuance so we have time to review. And with the goodwill and patience of the board, they granted the applicant and the county additional time to today. And it's been 88 days. And the good news is, well, it's been 88 days. They asked for time to review and respond. And the good news is they have. They reviewed it and they've responded, both the applicant and the county. Now, what they want to do is, as our attorneys pointed out, really isn't something that's allowed. And it's not something that we are ready to and want to discuss. We're here to discuss what was approved by the Planning Commission. That's what our appeal is based on. The information that we have provided is more or less is in response to these late entries from the applicant. And I think it's disingenuous for CDD to say that stuff came in 96 hours because we have letters from CDD more than a week ago saying they were fully intending to ask for a continuance. So to tell the board that, oh, stuff just came in, and so now we have to ask. They knew they were going to ask for a continuance, and our attorney has responded with that objections over a week ago. So I would ask that you hear our appeal, and I would also ask that you be very, after public comment ends, ask the CDD what specifically is going on. Because some of the things, as we pointed out, really aren't permitted by CEQA, and it doesn't seem to be going through the county processes. We're hearing things about adopting and making new roads county roads, which doesn't affect our appeal one way or the other, but from what we know, you should be very careful about what you adopt, because we think it's a Trojan horse. But be that as may, we're ready to talk. We're ready to have the discussion so that you can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I believe we got your name. Tom Lasik.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Sarah Bodner, consultant speaking on behalf of the project applicant. And I want to say that we share the frustration of the appellant here this morning in not being able to move forward. It's an uncomfortable place to have an appeal pending and to have a lot of issues be surfaced, and we'd like to respond. And we also understand that the very design, I think, of these deadlines has not set us up to win. We were extraordinarily frustrated that the 96 hours that we had been told was sufficient was then no longer sufficient, and that there was no staff report accompanying this. So I just want to say we also wish that we were in a different situation, but given that there is no staff report, there's no response from the county, and that a lot of new information was submitted and published on Friday, we're sort of in an impossible situation. But I also want to state that, with this continuance, there allows more time for conversation. And leading up to this appeal over a month ago, the applicant, Highland Farms, submitted a request to have a conversation with the appellant that would be mediated by CDD, which is something that CDD offers, and I think it's a great service to allow dialogue. We don't need to wait till we end up in this courtroom to speak to each other and see if there's anything we can work through and work out. And I want to state that invitation stands. And I think that, we mentioned in our invitation for meeting, there were some project modifications that we were considering. We wanted to talk them through with the appellant, and we still do. So should this continuance allow for more time for that conversation, we'd be very willing to sit down either with or without legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please come on up.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Margot Kambara. I am a Lake County resident and appellant in this appeal. For the record, let me let you know that there is a CDD staff report for this round of revised and updated plans that were recently submitted. It was submitted at last minute by CDD. Returning to what I wanted to tell you, my neighbors and I urge your board to deny the request for a second continuance because it is wrong, legally and morally. 88 days ago, Community Development Department, CDD, and the applicant asked your board for a continuance to review our documentation, issues raised, and prepare a response. Today, CDD is asking for another continuance. CDD says that the applicant needs more time to replan the project, produce new reports, and CDD needs more time to review the applicant's new materials. The applicant's actions are illegal according to CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. Once a project is approved by the Planning Commission and its mitigated negative declaration, M&D, are approved, no more revisions, no more replanning is allowed. Any effort to improve the M&D after approval requires an environmental impact report. My neighbors and I ask your board to stop CDD's and the applicant's illegal activity. Do not grant the continuance. Hear the appeal today. Hear the appeal issues based on the project documents approved by the Planning Committee in May, not illegally replanned documents submitted after the continuance in August. The first continuance was prejudicial. A second continuance is also prejudicial, and it is wrong. For the second time, my neighbors took pains to attend this meeting. Some have rearranged international travel, others delayed family trips, and others took time off of work to be here. To continue the appeal again makes county residents return to the courthouse a third time is not a charm. There is a mistaken belief that we dumped appeal documents at the last minute for the first hearing date. To clarify, when we filed the appeal on May 28th, I asked CDD for a deadline to submit additional appeal information. I was not given a deadline. On June 21st, I asked CDD for a deadline for appeal materials. I did not receive a deadline. On July 8th, CDD sent email with hearing date August 13th. For the first time, CDD stated the deadline for appeal materials, July 26. We met CDD's deadline. CDD had access to our supplemental appeal information for almost 3 weeks before the first hearing date. In its documents posted to the county website at least 96 hours prior to the first hearing, CDD did not request a continuance. In an email to appellant and counsel, CDD gave notice of its request for continuance less than a day prior to the first hearing date, only citing the need for more review.
If you can, your time is up.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I was typing. Next, please. Anyone else have a comment? Please come on up.
My name is Bill Wilson, and my question is, what is it that the county is still trying to research as far as the environment? I know I have not heard anything about the health of the environment, the animals, the people. The ozone is produced from the cannabis. This place is going to have 5 acres of wide open growing, it looks like, from their plan. All of the birds, the animals are susceptible to respiratory problems.
So we're not talking about the project itself. We're talking about whether the public hearing happens today or a continuance.
Okay,
so
and I was thinking, from all of the trouble it sounds like we're having to try to consensus on that, I think that an EIR should be required, not this going back and forth and talking back and forth. I think we need to have an EIR for that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment? Please come on up.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and the staff. My name is Maria Kahn, and I am in support of this appeal. I would like it to be heard today. I myself have rearranged my schedule several times to attend these meetings, and as well as spent considerable time in the evenings writing things to speak and say, which are not being heard until we actually get to the appeal. So I believe that the Planning Commission made a mistake and pushed this project through too quickly before things were correctly done. And I think that the appeal needs to be heard, and these people should have their day in court because, again, they are not wealthy individuals, and this is costing a lot of people a lot of money to continue endlessly. So I support hearing out the statements of the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm confused because I was one of the people who was inconvenienced by the first hearing not being heard. And I heard that CDD, with all due respect, Ms. Turner, in the minutes, it was said that the continuation was for the purpose of CDD and staff, not for the applicant. That was made clear in the minutes, and they can be checked. It appears that it was made for the applicant to try to satisfy the issues that were raised where due diligence was not done by the county and the applicant. The applicant must know these issues, but they tried to have this permit awarded by not doing their due diligence. And I'm sure their attorneys are very good attorneys and know that this is not their first rodeo. So I have read one of the changes that they wish to make now. I can tell you it is the bare minimum to satisfy CEQA, and it will not satisfy the community. And it is to do with the asbestos. So this can go on and on and on. I am against the continuation. I believe the people need to be heard, or this can keep going on to January, to June. We can go another year, because when the appellant is not satisfied, we will continue to try to satisfy the community's needs in this case. So I'm in favor of hearing the appellant and the public today and not continuing to give these continuations.
Could we get your name, please?
Huya Pope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come on up.
Hi, I'm a registered voter, and my name's Leisha Cicada, and I just heard about this project that was happening, but my concern is the environment and the asbestos. I'm a rock hound. I know how dangerous asbestos is to breathe, to have in the environment, and I'm totally against the asbestos. Plants grow, certain plants grow there. They're invasive. They're rare, and you'd be disturbing that. But especially the asbestos. I swim in the lake. I kayak in
If we
the
can
lake.
again speak to the continuation or not the continuation.
I'm for whatever the clients are for. So I'm not involved politically. I'm just concerned with the environment.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Please come on up.
Whoops, I almost knocked myself out with the microphone. Good morning, board. My name is Michelle Scully. I live in the Highland Springs area, and I am here to ask that you allow that there's no more continuance. In 88 days, a lot has happened. People have died, babies have been born. We brought in a pear harvest. Always relieved when that's over. We lost a house in a fire. I lost a horse. people have had all sorts of things happen in their personal lives. And it feels like we, the community, are the can that's being kicked down the road. And we're just regular people. Our neighbors have taken it upon themselves to hire representation, and my son's an attorney, and I can't even afford him. So I know that that's expensive. So I'm just asking that they have their time today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the board chambers wish to speak? I do not see any hands up in the Zoom room. I did see some hands for swearing in. Just want to double check. Raise your hand if you want to speak on the continuation or moving forward with the public hearing. And seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it down at this moment in time. Appreciate all the comments. I'll just speak briefly to it is frustrating when you are taking time out to be somewhere, but we also want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence on what it is that we have before us. What we have before us is a project that is being heard de novo. And so I'm going to check in with County Council. De novo means that we're starting fresh, we're starting from scratch, which means that alterations to the project can be made, can be made, which then may require a review to see if we start all over, if we can move forward with just those small changes and still continue here, bring it back to the Planning Commission. Can you please speak to that to let us know what the process is?
Yes, that is correct. The review itself is de novo, so your board can take into consideration any proposals that may be presented to you by any of the parties at the public hearing for purposes of your board deciding whether to grant the appeal, deny the appeal, or grant the appeal in part or deny it in part under certain conditions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Because it was approved at the Planning Commission and appealed, there is a hold on that approval. It is not a project that's approved, or else that project would be active currently. So to say that the M&D is locked in, can you please speak to that?
Yes, that is correct. So effectively, because an appeal has been filed, there has been no approval of the project that was pending the appeal process.
Hence us taking this over again de novo. Okay, I just wanted to kind of speak to that since that was brought up a couple of times. And so I think this falls right into the process of being able to make alterations, being able to make sure and review those alterations so that we can come back, the appellants can come back, they'd have a great review right now, but maybe not a great review of the alterations. We need to have that review in front of us as well. We can't do that. We're not the experts. CDD with your department has that expertise to be able to do the review. We review the documents and make the best decisions we can based off those. So I'm still in favor of providing a continuance. Wanted to check in again. I see a nod. Okay, looks like there's a consensus to move forward. Vice Chair.
Yeah, so I'll just make this statement real quick. I hear the public and the appellant, and I feel empathy. I understand. But as I see many of the comments coming in about this project, I cannot help but consider the amount of requests from many others and also supporters of the appellants, which on many occurrences are also requesting attention for other issues that are under the responsibility and purview of the Community Development Department. So as much as I do want to continue today, I do understand the amount of pressure the department is in. I get the emails, the texts, the follow-up requests, pressure on the department that require a lot more pressure on them. So, and these requests that I get about these other projects and other issues often are just as, I don't like the word indignant because that's not a fair word, but they're just very assertive about the attention of community development. So I'm okay with moving forward. I think and hope the next time we can move forward from there. It's always going to be perceived either way that the opposing party is receiving favors, so I get that. But I really do hope that the next time this is brought forward, we can move forward that day. So I'll just leave it at that. And
Appreciate your comments. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, appreciate the board's comments, appreciate comments of everyone here. And just a thought out loud, you know, I know that we have some proposed modifications that the applicant wishes to bring forward. I believe those modifications are intended to at least partially appease some of the comments raised by appellants. And without predicting how the hearing may unfold, I highly doubt that those olive branches will necessarily calm the comments of those opposed to this project. Given the number of people here, given the number of people who have expressed concerns that they might be inconvenienced or prejudiced if they're not able to testify today, I'm okay with continuing, but I'm also okay with accepting testimony today, if only for the fact that we have a lot of people that wish to testify today, so much so that we may, by necessity, have to continue to another date and time certain to receive any testimony we can't get through today. That said, it's a little unfortunate because we don't want to move the goalposts. We want your comments to be on point. And if applicants have made some substantial changes that would mitigate some concerns of those in the audience, you know, we should have full ability, applicants should have full ability to explain that to folks. Staff should have full ability to review what has been proposed and see if that moves people's concerns in any way. But at the end of the day, if you want to move forward today with the project as it's presented, you know, be careful what you ask for is one thing I would say. But to the point of, if it is possible on County Council, I would probably rely on you this. If we held a public hearing, or at least the first part of a public hearing today on the project as it's presented, absent present ability of staff to comment and absent the ability of the board to fully process the information presented. Is that a thing? Can we have half a public hearing and then continue to a date and time certain to complete the public hearing?
So typically, your board is in the past has conducted public hearings in a way where staff, CDD staff, would present their general presentation or evidence first, to be followed by the appellant's presentation of arguments and evidence. Staff at this hearing, requesting a continuance, as indicated that in light of recent documents that they received from the applicant, that a continuance is being requested because they need more time to review that. So in light of those circumstances, if your board, and your board does have that option, but if your board does decide to have any of the other parties aside from staff present evidence and arguments first, it is my understanding that CDD staff would not be prepared to address those more recent updates or documents that were received for purposes of their presentation. And so if your board decides to take evidence and arguments from one side and then decide to continue it, it may end up taking up pretty much the same amount of time, because then at that point that would be the time the CDD staff would need to address both the original original arguments and evidence that was presented at the Planning Commission level, in addition to any updates, as well as the updates that have been presented just more recently.
I think I heard a single continued hearing down the road would be the cleaner approach.
That would be, short answer would be, your board can certainly, has the discretion to take in the evidence and the sequence of that. However, in light of staff's representation this morning as to in response to the recent updates, it may, to your question, to your point, it may be more streamlined just to continue the whole thing at a later date.
Okay. So now I do want to have a brief conversation because there's obvious consensus here. I want to check in with both the appellant and the applicant about the remind me again the mid-December date. There was a bit of a criteria to meeting that date. What is
the mid-December date was offered as strictly an update. We're more comfortable knowing that we can go forward with the public hearing in the January date. So January 14th at 9:15, or if the board would like an update, December 10th at 1 o'clock. But given the inconvenience that's been stated by multiple members of the public, we would prefer to have the January date where we know that we would have had time to do the recirculation of CEQA should it be required, rather than have everybody come back for an update in December where we tell you again that we're not ready.
Okay, and right now we're only looking at January 14th for the final. You had offered January 7th and 14th. Is this
January 7th is your first board meeting, which is typically pretty jam-packed. So January 14th would be the next available agenda.
Okay. I'd like to hear from both the appellant representation and the applicant representation on that date and time certain, 9:15 a.m. on the 14th.
Just real quick.
Oh, please.
Lloyd, I just wanted to ask, or even Director Turner, so what happens if either party starts turning in more information and then you have to, more documents and, because I also heard from the community and from the folks that this could keep going on if we continue to do this. So what happens if they either or submit more and now we have to review it? How can we get to a point where that just kind of like we get from here forward or something of the like?
So the decision to continue an item is entirely up to the board. Should we come back to you in January and say we thought we were ready, but we received another 281 pages of input recently, it would be up to you to decide if you wanted to give us time to consider and evaluate that new information, or if you decided that it was time to move forward.
Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
Yes, because like on my end, with that being considered, I really hope, I know that it was said that there hasn't been a lot of communication between the parties. I really hope at least have one sit down with each other and that way there's at least eliminate some differences or whatever the case may be, or if not, then agree to disagree and come back. But with that helps me to move forward. But I also would encourage that, when we come back, for me, if they come back with more documents, I want to move forward. I don't want to keep postponing this. I want to rip the Band-Aid off and be done.
Supervisor Green?
Just to follow up on that, I appreciate the sentiment, but similarly, if they want to move forward today, the instruction could be, at least amongst ourselves, to not necessarily put a lot of weight or accept a lot of comment on those freshly filed documents and hear it as the original appeal was filed. If there's eagerness to move forward on the original bundle. But I agree, if I thought there was like some real possibility for movement, but most of the evidence, most of the comments filed to date have not really been looking for that middle ground, and it's unfortunate. But when we're doing land use permitting, private property owners have rights to file applications. They have a right to have it move forward, and it's okay to throw comments and stuff like that may be designed to improve a project or actually lessen some of its known defects. I think a lot of the comments made so far are not necessarily aimed toward improving the project, but just toward blocking it entirely. So with that said, there may be some reason to think about at least plowing ahead today, based on their request to do so, and absolving staff of any immediate need to comment on the late file documents. But that would depend on applicant kind of agreeing to proceed under that basis.
No, please.
And I hear you on that. I just see it as much as an inconvenience as it is to come here and have it continued. I would feel it would be an inconvenience and also unfair for folks to make comments that they're going to feel like they're not heard because it's going to be continued anyhow. So I don't know.
I think it's cleaner to make sure that we're looking at the latest version of what is being proposed as a project rather than hearing comments on a version that has not been vetted by staff as well as purely vetted by the public at this moment in time. And I think that we would just be doubling up on the type of comments that we receive. And so let's keep it clean and let's keep it about what it is that we're looking to move forward or deny with. I want to go back to the January 14th, 9:15 a.m. Proposition for the next iteration of this appeal. And I'd love to hear from the appellant as well as the applicant. Please.
Casey Shorak here for the appellant. We are okay. We are available, I should say, on the January 14th date. We'd obviously like to be heard today, but we can make the January 14th date.
Thank you very much.
James Anderson on behalf of the applicant again. We would agree with the January 14th date, and potentially I know that there's no ability for CDD to hold anyone legally or through county code to any dates, but maybe make a recommendation that all parties' materials are turned into CDD at some time before the 14th, potentially earlier in January, that gives CDD time to properly analyze all the comments, and the submissions from both parties and adequately address them in a staff report. Just a suggestion. I know that there is no formal way to hold us to that, but maybe an informal agreement of sorts. Thank you.
Please come on back.
Appellate, Casey Shorak here again. Appellate would agree to a firm date should CDD create a firm date that allows them to consider materials on either side of this issue, sort of a stop measure in place so that this can actually be considered and this can move forward and appellates can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the middle ground that we have found today. And I don't know that the board will provide a specific date, but what we will ask is for CDD to provide that date to both the appellant and the applicant as to what that deadline could be in excess of the 96 hours to get paperwork. I am a little concerned that that's not going to really make a difference because already I heard complaints about the 96 hours, so extending it further just doesn't quite perfectly make sense to me, but if that's your request, I'm happy to look for consensus for CDD to provide a date certain for all documentation.
There are known dates for submission of documents in regards to when we need to get it up into Granicus to get into an agenda. So it needs to be done 15 days prior to the hearing date, which in this case is January 1st. So that would be a little earlier, just to accommodate for the holiday. Additionally, that's not allowing for staff time. The allowing for enough staff time to review it is a little squishier because it depends on what we're getting. If it's just letters of position, that's no big deal. If it's something that is substantive that may require input or CEQA analysis, that's different. So I'm not able to give an informal date at this time because we respond to what's coming in.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that it's been stated, thank you, Vice Chair, for making this statement. I too don't want to see this continued. In my mind, this is the last date that I will support moving forward and having to continue it to. And at that point, we need to give closure to both the applicant and the appellants. And so that's...
It is our hope that the majority, the applicant has been working repackage the project to make it more palatable for the community. So we understand what's happening there, and that's why we're actually requesting the time to analyze it, so that when it does come before you, it's a package that's ready for the public to address and the board to consider. So it is not our goal to drag this on forever. We'd really love to get this done. We have plenty of other things to keep us busy, but I feel uncomfortable giving a hard answer just because we don't know what's going to come in. However, if it's just letters of response from one way to the other, that's no big deal. So long as it's not a substantive change in the project, we feel very comfortable with this proposed new date and time.
And so at this moment, you're recommending that we just leave it at the 96 hours that is on the current ordinance that we have?
The public is free to send in comments at any time.
Of course.
Then we welcome it as well.
I believe it's evidentiary document. County council is the term used for the 96 hours. Public comment, you can come up to the microphone and provide public comment.
Well, and that's the standing Lake County Code, so we're happy to abide by that.
Yeah, the 96, I'll have to double check on that, but in deference to staff, I believe that's what they're referencing, 96 hours under the county code or ordinance.
Okay, so at this point, I'm looking, Vice Chair.
Just a quick question. Obviously, it's going to be in a new year with the new potential board, well, actually a new board. One where the candidate's coming from a different spot, another one that may win would be a new candidate that would fill a position as well. However, if another candidate is the winner, he was a planning commissioner. How does that work in that situation, if that's the case? Because we have two candidates, one that's a planning commissioner right now, and if he fills the spot, he voted in the previous situation, or because it's de novo, it doesn't make a difference.
Even in that scenario, if there are grounds for recusal, that may need to occur. If we're faced with that, if your board is faced with that situation.
And then with that potential situation, what happens if there becomes like a 2-2?
That means no.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be passed under that scenario. But yeah, those would be taken under the procedural rules that would be already in place.
Okay.
At that point.
Because I know that in a planning commission meeting, there was a 2-1 and it still didn't pass. So I just trying to get these things lined up now before this potentially happens. It may not even go that way, but just to have it, yeah.
There are changes coming up. Appreciate that. Now, at this moment in time, we've closed public comment. We seem to have agreed on January 14th at 9:15 a.m. And at this moment, I did miss something that I do want to speak out loud about. I did receive a public comment. That individual is in the room, did not come up, but since I have the paperwork, there's Dale Carnathan who submitted a public comment on this item that he objects to the continuance and approve of appellant's argument. And so just wanted to at least say that rather than forget that that was on my desk. Now I'm looking for action. Thank you. Supervisor Green.
Just real quick, I'm going to try. I just want to take advantage of the cooperative spirit expressed by council. So 96 hours, great. That would get us on 5 p.m. January 9th. But you're right, it depends on what you get. So if we get something late, that wouldn't thing. What we have seen in the record so far is some pretty thoughtful and extensive comment letters from council that I would basically describe as opening briefs. If we got those big chunky letters, 96 hours, that could raise issues that you'd still be kind of struggling with. So the suggestion might be, if we could, and council were willing to address that their comment letters, such as they're going to be, the chunky monkeys, the opening arguments, could be set like no later than 5 p.m. January 3rd, Friday, and then if and then serve it on opposing counsel. And then if there were any last-minute reply letters or something like that, that could be filed by January 9th within the 96-hour time frame. And that would allow them to frame their arguments, do any replies, but not disadvantage you quite as much. So would there be any interest or ability to voluntarily ask counsel for applicant and appellants to lock in their first salvos for January 3rd, and then leaving open that 96-hour deadline for further comment or replies?
The item needs to be uploaded to Granicus, so that means done, finished by probably December 30th, because January 1st would be that posting deadline for the agenda. We're sending it to Johanna to put up on the agenda date.
For the January 14th meeting?
Yes, it's 15 days prior to a hearing. So it needs to come in there. I think it is safe to say that should we receive any substantive documentation by early December, then even working through the holiday, because we're gone for a week that month, we may have time. That's a good amount of time to be able to work through that. So we work with substantial deadlines because you got to allow the week for agenda review, as well as and any amendments that need to take place in that. So we work with a 15-day time frame at which we let go of it. It goes up into the agenda. So early December is manageable.
I feel like we've already gone over that point, and so appreciate the looking for other alternatives, but I'm not seeing a change of mind, at least on the board. And so again, I'm going to be looking for, want to entertain motion.
And I'd look to county council for the form of the motion.
So for your board's consideration, there would be a motion to continue this hearing to a date and time certain. That would be January 14 at 9:15 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. I know that you are a bit frustrated with the process, but thank you for coming and submit your comments via email, send them to us, or hopefully you'll be available on January 14th to provide them here in the courtroom or in the board chambers. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:30.
There. How are you? Feeling better?
All right, let's go ahead and reconvene. We're going to go on item 6.5, 9:45 a.m., consideration of annual report of the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board. Please come on up to the front, take a seat, get comfortable. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samantha Bond. I'm the Executive Director for First 5 Lake, and I happen to be the Chair of the Maternal, Child, Adolescent Health Advisory Board. I'm joined up here with me do you want to introduce yourself, actually?
I'm Alex Kellner. I'm the Maternal, Child, Adolescent Health Coordinator for the program for the County Public Health Services.
Sabrina Andrus, Executive Director of Motherwise and Board Member of MCH.
Push the button.
Yeah, I didn't push that. Soledad Aguayo, Early Intervention Supervisor with Easter Seals and...
I apologize, I don't think that's working.
And board member.
Sabrina Andrus with Motherwise. She's a board member for the advisory board, as well as Soledad Aguayo from Easter Seals is also a board member. So I want to just kind of say that this advisory board hasn't been in front of the Board of Supervisors in quite a while. We do recognize that. We've had a lot of shifts and changes in not only the advisory board, but the MCH staff themselves. And so it's been quite a bit. As most of us know, COVID kind of changed the trajectory of where a lot of things were going. So we've had a lot of rebuilding that we've been doing. So to start, I would like to just kind of give an overview as to what is MCAH and then what is the advisory board. So MCAH is a federal and state-funded public health program designed to improve the health of women, infant, children, and adolescents. Our key focus areas are prenatal and postpartum care, infant and child health services, including breastfeeding, immunization, and checkups, adolescent health. Some examples are sexual health education and mental health support, family planning and reproductive health, and home visiting services. For this advisory board specifically, our role is to advise the Lake County MCAH staff, the Department of Health Services, and the Board of Supervisors on the needs of the communities, the action of of the advisory board, and the recommendations to MCAH staff. Our purpose is to promote and advocate for the physical and social and emotional health of pregnant people, children, adolescents, and their families in Lake County by sharing resources and coordinating activities. We've worked extensively on these 4 high-level goals, and then we have some sub-goals that we've worked on throughout the years. So we increase public awareness on health concerns and challenges pertaining to pregnant people, children, adolescents, and their families, support ongoing efforts towards building coordinated and effective healthcare delivery systems, promote access to healthcare for pregnant people, children, adolescents, and their families, and identify and advocate for unmet health needs. Our board members consist of myself as the chair, Soledad as the vice chair, Nicole Query from Partnership Health Plan, Sabrina Andrus from Otherwise, Rachel Dimon Parsons from Social Services, who's in the back there, and Kim Schott from WIC. We also have members of the public who attend very regularly, and so their agencies are listed here if they are outside of the board themselves. So we have members from Adventist Health, First Five, Health and Social Policy Institute, Hope Rising, Behavioral Health, Public Health, Social Services, Tribal Health, Lake Family Resource Center, and Redwood Community Services. We are hoping that this list continues to go on and gets extensive as we go along, but right now that's who we have for the last year. I made it mad. Let's go back. Okay, it's looking funky, but it's fine. So again, I want to mention that over the last 2 years since I've been chair of this advisory board, we have looked at what is this board, and what do we want to accomplish, and where do we want to be. And so we've done a lot of internal work. So we did a lot of work around our bylaws. In fact, we spent an entire year on our bylaws, and realized the bylaws we were operating under in January of 2018, were not actually approved by the Board of Supervisors, but we were operating under them anyway. So we got those fixed up and redone, and we did get them approved by this Board of Supervisors back in January of this year. We also worked to rebuild the board. At the start of the year, we only had 3 board members, so we doubled. So I'm going to take that as a huge win. And then we increased our community engagement. And those 2 things we're still continuing to work on as we move forward. We really do want to have more people attend, and we really want to have more people giving their voice. For the members of the public, we do allow it to be virtual, so they can join us via Zoom, but all board members do attend in person, as it is a Brown Acted meeting. We also worked on a home visiting collaborative, which is a standalone subcommittee. Back in 2019, the MCAH staff had taken on a grant from First Five California to uplift a home visiting program here in Lake County. Unfortunately, due to COVID, that didn't happen right away, and it wasn't unique to Lake County, but First Five California decided to take a look at that grant and decided that instead of working directly with MCAHs across the state, they wanted to work just with First Fives and do a more regional approach and more of a technical assistance approach. So First Five Lake did take over that grant, and we did take over the Home Visiting Collaborative, but I will say that the MCAH staff has worked on for the last 2 years uplifting their Healthy Families Home Visiting Program. It took them about a year to get all of the trainings and documentations, which was very extensive, to get that up and running, and they are seeing quite a bit of clients now. We also looked at one of the questions we had in that group was what is home visiting and what is versus home-based services. especially when we're looking at the younger population. And so we've worked on defining what home visiting is. We've worked on the CalAIM initiative and understanding those changes, and I can tell you that we still don't know. It's an ever-learning process, and we're still learning it. And then we wanted to bolster our relationship with Partnership Health Plan. As you may have noted, we have a Partnership Health Plan member as our board member, and so she has worked really, really heavily with us to coordinate other Partnership Health Plan departments to help us get that understanding around CalAIM, understanding of how we can collaborate and connect more. And we actually have a lot of Lake County information on their websites. And then what I gave in front of you is the needs assessment. So every 5 years, the MCH staff has to conduct a needs assessment. It should be no surprise to this board that the needs assessment highlighted poverty, access to care, and substance and mental health use supports as some of the highest needs within our communities. So those are some of the focus areas that staff has identified and are working towards on their scope of work. We also restarted the Breastfeeding Coalition. It had kind of dwindled down during COVID, and we tried to do it as a standalone subcommittee, but realized that we weren't getting the attendance that we needed and weren't making waves. So we kept it as a standing item for the MCH Advisory Board. Since then, we have been able to look at what were some of the things that we've done in the past that we want to look at, or that we want to continue, things that we want to look forward to in the future, and where can we start today. So one of the things we talked about was the comfort station at all local events, or most local events, I should say. So the comfort station is a pop-up tent that happens at events where any member of the public can come and sit in one of the really comfortable rocking chairs and either breastfeed, bottle feed, or just rock a toddler who's grumpy because they're standing out there in the heat. We are in the process of looking at replacing our diaper changing station, which we don't currently have right now. And then in certain areas, we actually have built environments. So for example, if there's an event happening on Main Street, Lakeport, Motherwise has opened their doors as a internal comfort station versus setting up the pop-up tent, which is a little bit more comfortable. We also have a place in Kelseyville that also does that for all their events. And so we're looking at some other places around the lake to do the same. But for areas that maybe can't have access to a built environment, we have the comfort station that we popped up. And we just had it at the health fair this past weekend. We also updated our logo. And after we do our logo, we're going to update flyers, signs, and educational materials. But this is our brand new logo for our Breastfeeding Coalition. And we're very excited. So if you see this in the community, that means it's a breastfeeding, bottle feeding, family-friendly area that you can come and visit and find out more information about. So that's what we've been up to for the last year. Looking forward, we have some state priorities that MCH has to kind of look at. These are just their high-level pieces. They have the 5 buckets, which is women and maternal health, perinatal and infant health, child health, children and youth with special health care needs, and adolescent health. And basically all of those things underneath of it say, ensure that they're healthy, happy and healthy. So that's kind of where we're at with our goals. So I kind of told you our 4 high-level goals that we put within our own. It does mimic these, it's just not in the same buckets. And then we, as a collaborative, went, or as an advisory board, talked for several meetings about what do we want to do to support MCH staff and to bolster these objectives within our community. And we highlighted these focus areas. So we want to bring local trainings to parents and providers, especially around harm reduction and breastfeeding supports. Substance use during pregnancy and breastfeeding. There was an ask for a lot of information around that and being able to get that out. Addressing access to care, specifically for us, that would be doulas, midwives, and OBs. And this will help address and reduce birth disparities here in our community. Providing community and with more safe sleep information and SIDS awareness. We actually just had Adventist Health come to the advisory board and present their safe sleep information that they present to their clients. It is a mimicked presentation at Tribal Health. And then I'm not sure about Sutter. They did have a safe sleep class, but I'm not sure that it's currently happening, but that is something on our awareness and agenda. Additionally, we also talked about where else in the community can we do safe sleep information, and childcare was brought up, so home-based childcare. And then MCH staff themselves are working on their curriculum for first responders to give them more information around SIDS awareness for first responders. We also want to increase access to screening and supports for maternal mental health. I'll tell you that Motherwise is taking a huge point on this, and so we'll have a 3-year projection plan around this, and very excited about that. And then we want to continue our board recruitment. As I mentioned, I would love to have a board of supervisors actually sit on our board, if possible, if not as a member of the public. We did have one in the past that was attending. It is not a requirement of this board, but it is an ask that we do have. So key takeaways are that MCH programs play a critical role in improving family health outcomes. Our local efforts are essential to addressing health disparities and improve access to care, and that the continued support and innovation will drive future success. And that support is both from the Board of Supervisors as well as from the public to come and help us learn what we don't know. Our board meetings meet every second Thursday of every month from 9 to 10:30 at the LCOE Learning Lab. We are staying in Lakeport because we found that that's the best place for us to get attendance. So it's pretty stagnant right there. And then you can always email us at first5@lakecountyca.gov if you want to be invited to those meetings. And that's it.
Thank you for your presentation. Any other comments? All right, questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm very excited. I know it's been a little while since this report happened. I have another committee which I'm hoping to get goosing up and get some reports to the board. When you're advisory to the board, it's nice to hear from you. One super quick question. Is this a statutory committee, a creature of the legislature, and the board appointments and all that are in support of that? And I haven't read through your bylaws, I apologize. So just a little additional detail on process and how MCH exists both in state law and how we deal with it here on the board level.
It is. MCAH actually stems all the way back to child labor laws and has morphed throughout the years, obviously, to be more health-based. The advisory boards are Brown Acted. We do have to be appointed by this board. And so, yes, to answer your question.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate everything you've presented. A year-long deep dive into the bylaws is not a fun thing for anybody, but I appreciate it. It gives structure and it supports your mission and will give future board members some clarity that will be helpful. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Pyska?
I appreciate the invitation for someone from this board to be added to your board, and we are doing board assignments in the first week of January. So if you want to get that information to the admin office, then we can put it on the list when we start filtering through those in the next few weeks.
So I do have a question. First off, thank you for the presentation. I see a certain amount of overlap between MCH and First Five, a certain level of overlap. I know that you said that you were really happy. You've grown your membership over the course of the past year from 3 to 6, but I know that in First Five, we still struggle to meet the overall membership. We have vacancies, therefore it makes it a little bit difficult sometimes when we can't meet quorum. Is there a way to maybe connect the two together so it's kind of like one meeting after the other where there can be some similar membership between First Five and MCAH to help? Just because there's that overlap and obviously staff member similarities, and just kind of wondering if that might be a way to find which supervisor to place on the advisory board and also ensure that membership is easier since it's similar membership from one group to the next rather than two completely separate ones. Just a thought.
It's an interesting thought. I don't have an answer to that other than we do have our own statutory requirements around who can be on the First Five Commission. which is different than who can be on the MCH. We have a lot more broader reach for MCH Advisory Board. There are a lot of similarities. I will agree with you for that. And First Five also looks at not just the child health, but also looking at the development of them. And we're very niche within the 0 to 5 range, whereas MCAH is prenatal through 18.
That was my next question, was adolescent. Describe the age group, so all the way to 18. Yeah. It was just a thought, just because I think we're seeing that same difficulty in membership in other advisory boards, and if it's possible to go 2 to 4 or 2 to 3, it's not always an hour for First Five, and then 3 to 4 for MCAH. That way, it's just one block of meetings rather than all separate. And anyways, just putting it out there as a possibility. But I agree. In January, we redo our appointments, and I think this would be a good one to make sure to have a supervisor on there. I think it's good for us to be involved, so we're not just aware, but we bring back stuff to the Board of Supervisors. It's easier done that way.
I have a question on timing. So if, for example, the MCH board discusses this and we decide it is a good idea to sort of stack the two in terms of meetings, when would you guys need to know that in terms of appointments for supervisors on various boards, commissions, et cetera?
I think it would be easiest to know by the January date, so that we can organize who's going to make what meeting, so we don't overlap it with other meetings.
Okay.
I would submit that to the admin office by the beginning of December.
December, okay.
That's when we start circulating.
Perfect, thanks.
You're welcome. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment regarding this presentation and the ask. And I see no one in the chamber and no hands in the Zoom room. So I feel like we should be taking some kind of action today, because we don't have an appointment from the Board of Supervisors at this moment in time. Do we need a motion today to say we want that to be added and be active as of January? Because we don't have a seat to appoint to at this moment in time. What's the process that we need to follow to make sure that we're ready in January?
We don't have an action on the agenda, though.
It does say appointment.
It says at the bottom, no action.
Really? I just opened it. I thought it said appointment.
Mr. Chair. It says presentation.
Oh, did they change it?
And possible appointment.
County Council, please.
So,
somebody help me.
What your board suggested can be done by direction of staff by consensus to create such a position for purposes of appointment.
Okay, and then the appointment itself will be made and approved by the board in January, as discussed. Okay. Is that, looks like I'm getting 3 nods, 4 or 5. So unanimous nod that yes, please add a supervisor to the list, and then we will get that appointment done in January.
Oh, wait, how many members do you have now?
We have 6 members right now.
That would be 7.
It actually makes it that much better. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for your presentation, and keep up the good work. Important work. We'll move on to item 6.6, 10 a.m. Consideration of proposed 2-year plan to complete the wildfire benefit assessment zone pilot project. And we have our community development team coming up, Deputy Director Walker and Director Turner, as well as Code Enforcement Officer Marcus, or Supervisor, Manager, Marcus Beltramo. Yeah, next time I'll simplify it. Please.
Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The Wildfire Benefit Assessment Program started in 2019 from a Prop 218 ballot process to establish an assessment zone for wildfire or hazardous vegetation management. The boundaries aligned exactly with the previous benefit assessment zone, which had been done for roads years before that. In its operation since 2019, this pilot program has presented a number of challenges. Back in 2019, we had limited staff resources, high staff turnover, and as that has smoothed out under Marcus's leadership, we have over the years addressed a number of properties. We have not, in the past, did not do liens against those properties because of lack of staff resources and lack of staff training. However, in the last couple of years, things have smoothed out considerably. We've had stable staff. We dedicated one staff member to addressing this program, just this program. He does other things, but one single staff member then to oversee this hazardous vegetation management, which is just limited to the subdivisions in the Rivieras. So the Kelseyville Riviera, Riviera Heights, Riviera West, and Buckingham. We've also had regular meetings with representatives of each HOA. And so the progress has gone very well. It's also given us time to talk and confer with County Council regarding the recapturing of those funds. In that time, it was made clear to us that we cannot recapture those funds because the benefit assessment was done for the purpose of hazardous vegetation management, and to place a lien on the property would in effect be double dipping or making property owners pay for the hazardous vegetation that they had paid for with their assessment with the Prop 218 process. We've learned a number of things in this pilot program since 2019 that will inform us as we move forward with a county-wide hazardous vegetation management program, which we intend to do because in the last couple of years we've noticed a sharp increase in complaints regarding hazardous vegetation throughout the roughly 60,000 parcels that the county manages. And so we have benefited from a number of lessons. Because this is not a revolving fund meant to go on forever, and because the activity that we have performed has been subtracted from the fund balances as established in 2019, we were thinking about how can we continue to use those funds to benefit the hazardous vegetation management in the Riviera subdivisions to the best of our ability. And so what you have before you today is a plan that the department worked out for a 2-year continuation and final closure of this pilot program, which will address the large the large dedication of staff resources necessary to operate it, as well as continue to provide those services that the property owners voted for the remaining 2 years. Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker-Smith is here to walk you through the next 2-year plan, and Cannabis Program Manager Marcus Beltramo is here to answer any questions you may have. So I will turn it over to Shannon. Oh, also the slides for the presentation were included as an attachment, and Johanna's just about to get them up on the screen. Thank you. 6.10, I think? The 10 a.m. one.
6.6.
And 15.
Additionally, we do have representatives from 3 of our 4 HOAs that are prepared to answer any questions. Also, they would like to give a short presentation if they may. They were requesting 10 minutes if that's amenable to the board.
And that was requested, and I did check with Supervisor Pyska. We'll go ahead and provide longer than 3 minutes since they're a representative and not just an individual public member.
Great. Thank you.
Just to make clear, this is a presentation that we gave to our partners with the HOAs in September to kind of give them an update on where we were with this project. Before we start into where we are with our current fiscal update, I was asked to put together a few numbers, kind of outlining just the project as a whole. So just to bring everyone up to speed, this assessment originally collected approximately $485,000. We have spent approximately $185,000 of that. So the remaining, that's where so it's 306 is the real number. And in spending that $185,000 over since 2019, in 2019, 20, 2021, and 21, 22, 85 abatements were completed. In 22, 23, we didn't complete any abatements that we're retooling the program at that point. And then in 23, 24, 22 abatements were completed. And then I'm going to present on this current has-veg season that is wrapping up now. So that's almost 100 abatements completed over the course of the project for that 185. So this slide that's up now outlines the balances of each HOA or each service area, I should say, and showing you how that totals to the 306 that remains. Next slide. And then in 24, 25, so the current has-veg season that we're wrapping up right now, this was as of September 25th, these stats. We had received 274 complaints, performed over 125 inspections. We closed 100 cases due to no violation or people who voluntarily self-abated. One abatement had begun on this project in September in the Riviera West, and 4 warrants had been prepped. Marcus, I think that those 2 of the 4 warrants, those abatements have been completed to date. That's my understanding as well. So 2 of the 4 that were being prepped in September, 2 of those have been completed, and the other 2 are scheduled. And 5 citations with fines issued, we're hoping to collect through data ticket, have been issued, with more being prepped to go out. So that's what's been completed in 24-25 on this project. I'm going to pass it back to Director Turner.
As I stated in the introduction, the benefit assessment zones were established through the one-time assessment program, compliant with Prop 218. There was no mechanism adopted into that program that would allow for the recovery of the funds that were expended for abatement. Additionally, as that third bullet point explains, because code enforcement was the default enforcement arm of this program, we are bound by Chapter 13 due process timelines as well as notification efforts. So as we work with the homeowners association, which they're all avidly working with their property owners already. So by the time it gets to us, it's the ones that they haven't been able to move forward on. So then that starts our timeline, which is an initial contact to the owner, allowing for time for self-abatement, second notice, then we need a warrant. So it's very time intensive on our staff resource side.
Next slide. So again, this just kind of outlines the differences in the 2 processes that kind of got conflated between the CSA, its authority and process based on state code, and then how code enforcement operates. And that is the kind of the root of why this program has been difficult for CDD to operate successfully, and has prompted are kind of re-looking at this program again, and the proposal that we're going to put before you today. Because of the time-intensive nature of this, really the challenge has been the dedication of staff time. We have, as Director Turner mentioned, we have a dedicated program supervisor who is spending approximately 25% of his time on this project now. He also supervises our AVA program and our new illegal dumping grant, all very important high priorities, right? So it becomes difficult to manage, and it seems that we would be much more successful operating this program with dedicated staff paid for from these funds. So next slide. We have put together a proposal to utilize the 306 to both fund the salary of a dedicated officer to this project and the expenses, a little tiny bit of overhead expenses, and then the abatements are listed as professional services. And it shows in year one, and for this, should we move forward with this proposal, we would start this kind of restart this project in January. And so it would go from January 1st and wrap at the end of 26, supporting a full-time officer over those 2 years. So this breaks down the 306 for the first year, and then if you'll, next slide shows how we would resolve the fund in 2 years with both the officer's time and the professional services of abatement contractors split roughly the way that the money came in, and the percentages are listed in the attached budget, which is more detailed than this presentation. Next slide. So we've put quite a bit of thought into what that officer would do, because the has-veg season is, not the full year. So really being thoughtful about what that officer would do in what would be considered the off-season. And so we've kind of outlined that for you here. And next slide. So we are hoping to get some direction or approval to move forward with this proposal. And should that be the case, then we would open we would have to formally amend our budget, open a code officer position, and fill it by 1/1/25, and then dedicate that officer full-time to the remainder of this project for the next 2 years.
Anything further?
I think that's it.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up for questions or comments regarding this presentation. Should we go to the HOAs?
Yep.
All right. I know that we had some representatives of the local HOAs in the Rivieras. Please come on up. And again, we'll give you more than 3 minutes. Okay. Hopefully they'll be back.
Thank you for some additional time. My colleague and I...
If you can speak in the microphone, please.
Right. Good morning. My name's Phil Hartley. I'm president of Riviera West Board of Directors. Also serve on the Konocti Fire Safe Council and on a really interesting assignment working as a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee, which is a great group, really something else. We carry with us in our presentation, Kathy and I, the concerns and comments of our two fellow HOA presidents. So we appreciate some additional time so that everyone can be, all four communities can be heard. This pilot project to remove hazardous vegetation from neglected properties has followed a very long 5-year bumpy and crooked road marked by conflicting legal issues and conflicting communication issues, as well as many prior expectations of the program that were created during the process of voting Those expectations were created by a former supervisor at public presentations, as reported in the newspaper, and a lot of documentation before that. But as my legal beagle friend told me, yes, but Phil, you've got to remember that promises made during an election process, are not legally defendable after the election. So we understand that those expectations were not carried out because they were not codified in the actual legislation that the board passed in order to enact. Nobody's fault there. It just is unfortunate that a lot of expectations of the voters and the HOAs were not met. However, consequently, the assigned county department was faced with creating a map of procedures and a vehicle for implementation from scratch. Community development literally built the vehicle as it went, sort of like building an airplane in flight. It's very difficult. Although the four communities have great empathy for county staff assigned with this very difficult task, the multi-year delay and lack of complete accountability has been frustrating to all the communities involved. We had sincerely hoped that this would be another example of a successful community Board of Supervisors project, cooperative project. But today is the first day of the rest of the journey, and it is renewed resolve that the 4 HOAs are more than willing to assist with the completion of the pilot, offering any helpful assistance, direct support, advice, and knowledgeable expertise. To ensure the success of the next step and to provide clear accountability, we would ask that the Board of Supervisors postpone consideration of this specific proposal to provide the time and opportunity for the 4 communities to have meaningful input into the drafting of a map for completion. This time will allow for, first of all, fiscal liability or fiscal information to catch up with the program in a sense. Currently, there is a lack of complete information concerning which parcels have been cleared, how much has been expended to clear these parcels, and what funds have been recovered from cited property owners, if any. I would offer the Riviera West Fund Report that I've distributed to you as an example of where we are at this very moment, where you can see that we started out with $48,000 in our fund. We have a balance of $30,000 left, and for a calculated expenditure of $18,000. But we can only account for about $6,000 of that $18,000. There's four properties listed there and the cost of clearing each. There's some small, as you say, some small charges for indirect costs, and then some undefined expenditures that are only identified by code numbers that are yet to be defined. Even then, that leaves about $5,800 that's simply not accounted for. Where did that money go? It's taken from our fund, and we don't know why or where it went. Now, Deputy Administrator Walker Smith has been working very tirelessly to trace revenues and expenditures and providing information to us as it is developed. I have every confidence that the accounting will ultimately be clear and valid. However, that is going to take some time. Complete and valid fiscal information is essential both for public accountability and for making wise decisions about what steps to take next. We simply need to know how the funds are being distributed and used. The prospect to spend 47% of all the remaining funds on a full-time employee to carry out the program is just not warranted. All 4 HOAs regularly, every year, annually, conduct professional inspections, including the use of certified arborists when necessary, posting properties, issuing legal citations and reminders, assessing fines according to the process regulations, according to due process regulations, taking small claims court actions, and placing liens on continuingly non-responsive properties. That experience and knowledge allows us to make qualified assessments of the time and reasonable cost of managing this project. This year alone, this summer, Riviera West, which is the smallest of the four, issued 119 citations. All that has to go through a process of notification, posting, due process to allow owners to appeal, and then a fine process which has its own process. And then we start our process of going to small claims court to get the money, and we place liens on property. We do all that as an internal process year after year after year. We're pretty good at it. Okay. From the start of this project, we have always supported using the revenue funds to pay for reasonable administrative costs. But this discussion has never occurred until this month, essentially, or until October. That is, we've always believed that the funds should pay for the administrative overhead for this project. But it is simply too difficult to understand how 40 hours per week for 18 months, or 2,880 hours to complete the routine tasks that constitute this project is valid. Assuming there are about 50 properties that are currently awaiting abatement on our first sort of cycle of doing this, which has been a 5-year-long cycle now, that means we would be using about 58 hours per property abatement, according to this. Also, further, it's going to be difficult and a source of ongoing scrutiny to ensure that each hour of this assignment is spent just on this project. It would be better that a mutual agreement be established on what percentage of the revenue should be granted for administrative purposes, as is common practice in grant funding and entitlement allocations from the state and from the federal government. This is usually referred to as an indirect cost rate, which the institution or the county or any organization sets aside to cover administrative costs, and then what they use that money for and how they use it would be up to the agent. That's how I think we should approach the administrative costs of this proposal. Now, we understand that the issue of recovery of funds is challenging because, again, the resolution that the board adopted made no provision for the recovery of the funds that were spent on clearing properties. By the way, it also made no provision for administrative costs either. Also not, I must say, as a parting comment, I do not understand the concept of double dipping. I bounced it off my legal friend. He had problems with it. What it basically says is that if I'm a property owner and I have a bunch of hazardous vegetation on my property, all I have to do is refuse to clear it, and then the county will clear it for free. Yeah. And that just doesn't make any sense, whatsoever. There are lots of county services that are double dipped. The county supports the Lake County Transfer Station in Lakeport. We pay for that out of our property taxes to pay for that service. But when I pull up my pickup truck full of stuff, they charge me another fee. Is that double dipping? There are just lots of services where there are additional fees that come after the service has been paid for. All in all, we can work together to make this critical project a success and end trying to demonstrate another community and county project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to respond to some of those comments and statements?
Yeah, just a couple of clarifications. We did receive from Mr. Hartley yesterday that outline of expenses that he'd like more detail about. I didn't have an accountant yesterday, so she's looking at it today. And I already know that the, what was the last line, Phil, that you called the
undocumented expenses.
Undocumented expenses is actually 24 expenses, and we have those details for you. So we're happy to, and we've stated this all along, we're happy to, continue to drill down on the details of accounting for the expenses from the past. And we're open to do that. We're willing to do that. And we're looking for direction on how we want to move forward beyond the spot that we're at. Additionally, I appreciate Mr. Hartley's comments about an indirect cost rate and how that idea might be utilized for this project. Typically, indirect cost rates cover the cost of staff who are kind of incidental to a project. So if we were writing a grant to cover this project, we would both include indirect cost rate to cover the time of our accountant and other people who come in contact with the project, but we would still certainly fund a staff member for this project. Because it's necessary to actually complete this work. And I think that our lack of success administering this project in the past is demonstrating of that. It's the reason that we haven't been able to be successful.
And just a comment that remembering the data I've given you this morning just for mine also applies to other 4. This has been 4 years in the coming. So it's taken 4 years to catch up, to this point, because we didn't have reports in the first few years. And indirect cost rate, that's really up to the institution how it uses it. Indirect cost rates run anywhere from 2 or 3 to 10%, up to Stanford University, who charges 100% indirect cost rate for any funds it receives from outside. So there's no limit on what you can do with indirect cost rate. It just makes it clear to everybody that, look, we're going to set aside some percentage that we all agree on is appropriate for the community development, a group to use as they see fit to cover what they need to. Remembering that everything that's been done so far, all of the lots that have been cleared, including my one, that finally got cleared after 4 years, have been done without funds going, for administrative costs. And I don't think we should be held to sort of pay back time that was spent the last 4 years. But we're happy to talk about, or at least have the opportunity to discuss with the department on an alternative approach.
And at this moment, Mr. Hartley, I'm going to ask you to please take a seat. If we have a direct question to you, I'll ask you to come back up. Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
I appreciate and I want to thank staff for working on this for years. This has been a really difficult project that we all inherited. And the HOAs, Kathy, did you have a presentation to make too? Okay, then I'll just hold off on my comments. Okay.
I want to hold 1 second. Vice Chair Crandall, I saw you had your pen up. CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Can I respectfully request 5 minutes?
Yes, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:26 and we'll start off with Kathy. It got quiet real quick. All right, we're going to reconvene. Thank you for your patience on this. I just want to kind of check in with Supervisor Pyska and with Director Turner. At this moment, how would you like to move forward? I know we have Kathy that wanted to speak. I'd love to give her that time and then come back to us and figure out, okay. So let's go ahead and open it up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My name is Kathy Andre. I serve as president of the Riviera Heights Homeowners Association, as well as the Canocti Fire Safe Council. So we've been at this benefit zone program a very long time. We believe that the benefit zone program, which was developed in 2019, was proposed with every good intent. At the time, the HOAs were faced with how to abate high fire risk properties whose owners were deceased, in extreme tax default, or whose properties were abandoned. These properties posed an extremely high fire danger to all of the HOAs and the surrounding areas. Many of these hadn't been abated of fuel loads and dead and dying trees and everything else in 15 years, 10 years, 20 years. So this was a very, very serious situation at the time that the benefit zone was unfolding. It was imperative for the safety of all that these properties be abated of wildfire risk. As such, the benefit zone program was created, and a majority of the homeowners in those HOAs and surrounding areas voted to approve the benefit zone program. This was all done in good faith and out of great need. In hindsight, as we all know, the benefit zone ballot was not written clearly enough to define specific program parameters, and there was no infrastructure set up at the time to manage and implement the program. Basically, it just got plopped in code enforcement's lap. And that was the reality of it. So over the past 5 years, the county and the 4 HOAs involved have faced serious challenges and stumbling blocks in trying to make this very flawed program work. I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of both Supervisor Pyska and Maria Turner in trying to resolve these challenges. I'd like to thank Marcus Beltramo with Code Enforcement Division for his perseverance in implementing and trying to implement this program. And my thanks to Deputy Administrator Shannon Walker-Smith for all of her efforts in putting together the long-awaited financial accounting of expenses charged to date to each of the benefit zone associations. Thanks also to County Council and everyone else involved in trying to find a path forward. I believe at this time, with everyone's help, there is a path forward developing here, and I think that's where we really need to look. With that said, Riviera Heights requests that the Board of Supervisors postpone today's vote. We just haven't had a chance to look at the numbers. We haven't had a chance to look at all of the expenses and how the money was spent out of each of the HOA funds. So for Riviera Heights, we don't have yet a breakdown of all of the costs and expenses that have been spent to date on abating specific properties. Again, we finally have these numbers. And so I just want a chance to see them and review them and analyze them before the board makes a major decision that's going to impact the balance of the funding in the benefit zone accounts. So I think the question that we have is, does the operation of the benefit zone warrant a full-time person? We all agree, Riviera Heights wholeheartedly agrees that administrative money should be, benefit zone money should be spent on administrative costs. To what degree is the question? And so we are very supportive of a part-time position at this time, and would certainly approve of funds being expensed for a part-time person. If you look at the numbers, you've been averaging clearing about 20 properties, 25 properties a year over the past 4 years or so. I don't think that number of properties being cleared each year warrants a full-time position at the cost of about $88,000, which represents, if you look over the salary cost of this full-time position, it's half of the money remaining in the benefit zone funds that would go towards an administrative full-time person instead of being spent on clearing additional properties that need to be cleared. Again, we just would like the opportunity to review these expenses and these numbers. Maybe we'll come back and go, oh my gosh, this full-time position is absolutely warranted. We're shooting in the dark right now. We don't have the numbers to make a major suggestion other than conservatively say, again, we wholeheartedly support a part-time position. We are just concerned that the position of a full-time person is not warranted and the funds should not be expensed for this. We've waited 3-4 years for these monies. I think we could just wait a little bit longer until the HOAs are given a chance to review the expense breakdown. We've been waiting a long time for this expense breakdown. We sure would like the opportunity to review those numbers. And I think the council as supervisors might like to review those numbers also in making this important decision as to the administrative costs related to this program. In the meantime, I know all of the HOAs will continue working with everyone involved in the benefit zone program. We all want to have a good resolution to this. And I applaud everyone involved for stepping up and recognizing the need to go, oh gosh, what happens when the benefit zone money is spent? What do we do next? How are these properties going to be abated in the future? So I am very pleased to realize and understand that the people involved in this benefit zone program are thinking in those directions and are heading in those directions. That's, to me, the most important question that we can ask. There's 2 questions on the table for me. 1, part-time or full-time administrative person. 2, what is our future and how are we going to be able to abate these programs in the future once the benefit zone funds for this particular pilot program run out? Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, so again, I'll start my thank yous all over again. Thank you to staff. This has been a long haul. Marcus and I have been having meetings with the HOAs since, even before I was sitting up here on the dais, I started going to those meetings. And the HOAs have been diligent and assertive participants. We've been working together through this for a long, long time, and it has been a frustrating process. But everyone showing up always showed up with patience and a willingness to keep looking for the way forward. So I thank Kathy and Phil for being here, and for the others that couldn't make it today. And I also want to pull on one thread that you both brought up. In the beginning, when this was voted on, it was voted on for a reason, and my predecessor, Supervisor Brown, brought this with really good faith because there was a very high wildfire risk in all of the Rivieras. And since then, there has been just this incredible amount of work that's happened on every level, with the formation of the Fire Safe Council and all of the grants and projects that we've been really collaboratively working on together. So I really feel like this was the beginning of where we are today, which nothing looks the same there anymore. We've done a lot. I really want to thank you both for being here today and for being here every step of the way. It's been a long, long path. So the concept of double dipping, and this is like my super, super simplified way of explaining this, Phil, is that everybody prepaid for this service. Every single person that paid that $100 prepaid for the service. So when one person's lot gets abated, they've already prepaid. They only prepaid $100, but that's what they prepaid for that service. So we can't go back and charge them again. And if there was enough money, everybody could get their lots serviced, but we don't have that much money. And there was never going to be that much money. So, it is that we are here today trying to figure out how to move forward. It sounds like we need to postpone this conversation anyway. So I think we'll be bringing it back. There is, we've talked about the staff hours that go into this. And we've talked about the abatement costs. But there's a lot of hours that go undocumented because there's a lot of self-abatements. There's a lot of work. Marcus is nodding. He does a lot that never shows up on the spreadsheet. And I think that's the difficulty of figuring out if this is a part-time person or a full-time person. But whatever happens, whatever this board decides, how many hours that person's going to be working. It's going to be very well documented. They will not be able to work on any other project. And I do suggest that we have a review period to see if we're giving them too many hours or not enough. I know there's limited abatement funds, but when we know that people do self-abatements, we also know there's other grant opportunities out there. I mean, there's so many. The Fire Safe Council grant right now is running out, but that is $2,500 a home for people to get that service done. That, if this employee connected a homeowner who was low on resources but needed to get the work done, connected them to get a grant, it wouldn't impact the fund balance for abatements. There's been a lot of money, there's been a lot of work done through NCO, helping seniors there. I used my discretionary money to buy several $1,000s worth of weed eaters and chainsaws so that seniors can have their yards worked on. So I would think that this person would need to be in close contact with the Fire Safe Council to know when these grant opportunities are coming up and have a list of them. So then when they go out to a property and say, we have an abatement, we have an issue here, we're going to have to abate, do you have the resources? No? Well, maybe here's some grant opportunities that could help you. So I think that there's a lot that can go into this. But again, those hours are going to be really hard to document and quantify. So we have to start somewhere. Whether we start part-time or full-time, we have to start somewhere and then come back and review it and see if we're falling short or leaving too many hours on the table. So that's my recommendation when we look at this again, because we do need to look at this again. And the HOAs have been very patient waiting for these financials. So a little bit longer to let them review how much has been spent in every benefit zone is appropriate. I know we would like to start in January. Hopefully we can make that work. I don't know. I know there's the admin needs to assist and review also. So this is a great place to start this conversation. I'm glad we all came here today with the willingness to move forward because this has been really difficult and your input is invaluable. So I think that is all of my comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from other board members? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, appreciate it. Sounds like we're going to move toward we're going to push this down the road a little bit. My question is, how much time the HOAs might need to review that, because as presented here today, we're hoping to get some direction so you can prepare to come back for mid-year budget. I would hate to have that review, which is necessary, complicate any efforts to bring forward a proposal for mid-year budget, whether it's half-time, full-time. I think as currently presented, you've documented need for full-time. I understand that raises concerns given there's no cost recovery mechanism, and I agree, very flawed program, but well-intentioned. So I think I think you've documented the need and the wisdom of staffing up on a full-time basis. It's hard to do half-time positions, recruit and fill them. As far as inability to document time, I see Ms. Dillman Parsons in the back. Social services is all about time study buddy, and many of our other agencies do very aggressive time study things. So if we don't have those tools, maybe we need those tools so we can break this stuff down, not just on time spent, but break it down by the benefit zone that time's being spent on, break it down on whatever budget unit you're coming out of. So it sounds like everyone's kind of in agreement. We need to refine this process. I just don't want that refinement to complicate our ability to bring back a budget proposal timely.
Director Turner?
Thank you. The HOAs have waited very patiently as we went through hundreds of pages of documentation for the program to do our own internal sort of review to understand where we were. We do respect their request for additional time, and we will work with admin to make sure that we do not push any deadlines that are necessary for their work on the budget.
Any other comments I do want to echo a comment that was made by Supervisor Pyska, and we just saw this not too long ago in one of our code enforcement assessment where there was a abatement that was done, where in the storyline of the process, it said in 2022 and in 2023, but yet all the charges that we saw that were listed on what was going to be placed on the lien were all from 2024. And so I think that OpenGov is going to solve some of these problems. Our prior history in using Excel or using whatever other manners of keeping track of data has not been the best for us, but I know that I see hours always missing from just the assessment hearings we get. So I think that we need to be cognizant of that as we look at the total amounts and costs. I have no problem with the continuance to get a better understanding of what is possible, what's not possible, what changes to the program. But what I would like to ask, because I think that's going to be an important part no matter what, I think from the very beginning this was planned as a pilot to go, how do we do this for the whole county? And I think it's important for the pilot to show some level of success of a revolving fund of sorts. I don't see that written in here. It's only about how to expend the rest of the funds based on the zone of benefit. But I want to kind of see the plan on how it is that we're going to make this countywide so that it's not just general fund that's being used. How are we going to try our best to create a revolving fund for the purpose specifically of this? So a little bit bigger picture, but at the same time, the pilot program is where we can learn how to make that happen. And if we can make it happen there, we can probably scale it up to what needs to happen for the rest of the county. So that would be my ask, is a little bit more detail outside of the protocols of the zone of benefit, because there's still going to be some code enforcement activity as well as zone of benefit activity kind of simultaneously within. But how are we going to do that? And that would be my only ask that I would add on to what's already there. If there's nothing further, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Come on up, raise your hand in Zoom. I see no activity, so I'll bring it back, and we have no action for today. Bring it back when you're ready to bring it back to us on your own terms and time, and we'll continue the discussion.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone's patience as we are a little bit behind our timed items here. So we're going to move on to item 6.7, 11 a.m., consideration of the proposed Lake County Hospital Improvement District. And we have Mr. Rickelman coming up. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here regarding the Lake County Hospital Improvement District. We originally came to the Board September 10th for the resolution of intention. With the state process to create a business-based assessment district, you have to have a public meeting, a public hearing, and then there would be a resolution of formation. This is just the public meeting. The public hearing would then be November 5th, and then the resolution of formation would be November 15th. With the previous meeting, there was a request with the management plan to have some sort of annual report. So I'm working with Sutter and Adventist on just a template. So the board can see kind of how an annual report would be formed yearly. And then discussions with Patrick, the treasurer tax collector, there will be language in the management plan we'll also have for the public hearing that is in regard to the county's annual administrative fee for the district, and then also enforcement. He just wants a little bit of language with that, with the county collecting an annual assessment. I don't really have that much else to report out at the moment. We are planning for the district, their council to be here in person on November 5th for the public hearing. We do have Tim Stevens here with Sutter Lakeside, the CEO, and Cameron Fasano, the business development specialist. And I believe Chuck Cassis, the CEO of Adventus Clear Lake, is online, and also the council.
Would you like to share any words with the board and the public? Okay. Okay. Thank you for continuing on this process and bringing it back to us full circle. Any comments or questions from board members? So I have a strange question, just a what-if scenario. I know that in the whereas it does speak to Adventist Health and Sutter. Later on, it speaks to just hospitals. If there by chance is a new hospital, just like our TID, if there's a new hotel, they fall under it and would have to have the same added tax to them, similarly to the two current hospitals that we have here.
So they could petition to join if they wanted to, but it's not a geographic area. It's a business-based assessment, which is just for these two businesses. So they wouldn't be automatically grandfathered in, but they could petition to join if they wanted to.
Okay. Well, the likelihood is very low, but it's too bad that that would be an unfair playing field in a sense, that in the way that they would not be taxed in the same way. And it does say the district shall include all hospitals, but I guess it's it doesn't have the definition of it other than in the whereas it speaks to the two specific hospitals.
We could adjust that language with the resolution of formation just to tighten that up.
Okay. And again, not likely to happen, but I just want to make sure we're being fair to all that may be here in the future. I doubt that's going to happen, but just thought I'd bring it up. Okay, that was my only question that I had regarding the details of the resolution. If there's nothing further from, yep, we're going to go to public comment. Open it up for public comment. I have comments from Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I wrote an email and asked for specific information about this the proposed project. I wrote to the Board of Supervisors, I wrote to the County Council, I wrote to Mr. Rickelman. I have received no replies, which I think is very rude at the least. My main concern at this point is the generalized management plan that was attached to the original presentation. And I believe there was a commitment to complete the plan and provide details in that plan. One of the requirements is that the Board of Supervisors have a say in what the funds will be spent on. It's part of the mechanism of the resolution and the plan. And I think that the public really needs to have more understanding of how that will work.
Okay. Would you like to respond to that, or Mr. Stevens?
Sure. So there is going to be the annual report, but also I think Mr. Stevens can also kind of provide a general overview of the hospital's planned use of the funds. It's, if you want to go there, that's.
Yes, as Ben said, we will be providing a management report annually from that standpoint and have a draft of that at the November 5th meeting. As far as how the funds are used, it will be continued through operations and through the capital and facilities upgraded needed that our current operations do not support in that sense.
And the portion of the board having say of what those upgrades or services are?
I would have to see a mechanism for that at the moment. I've not seen a mechanism in that sense and not seen a proposal that would support that in that sense.
Yeah,
it'd be a pretty unusual asked to have a county board designate funds that were going into private entities in that sense.
Yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by that comment because I don't see it in there. I do see that we are the collecting agent, and that's about, and we are the board, but that's it.
There was an allusion to it in the discussion, but it wasn't part of the proposal in that sense. Both Sutter and Adventist Health have boards that manage and direct their activities in that sense, and it'd be a bit of a conflict to have both ends coming in at that, and that we are both entities engaged in improving the health of the populations we serve and have a very clear mission in what we're doing in that sense.
And that was my general reason for asking for an annual report so that we can stay on top of what is being done. It is a 5-year where there's the possibility of renewing for another 10 years, just like we did with the TID. If in 5 years we're seeing that we don't like what's being done with the money, then that's why we need to be in the know. That's why I'm asking for the reporting function of it itself.
And I think the public reporting, that we both could do a better job of reporting what we're doing currently. Even without this, we don't talk enough about what we're spending in the community and what we're doing in the community in that sense. And an annual report is certainly a reasonable ask and a much needed to support the mission of what we're doing in the community. I know Chuck supports that as well from Adventist.
Thank you very much.
I think the council wants to comment too, if we can.
Please go ahead. It's Jerset and Lorenz.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Zach Victimum at Jerset and Lorenz with my managing partner, Jim Jerset. And we just wanted to reiterate Supervisor Sabatier's response that these are county funds and the county would have the option to turn them off or not collect them if the hospitals were not using them in a way that the county and the public support.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further comments from the chamber. I still see a hand up from Betsy Kahn. Is that a old hand or new hand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a new hand.
Okay.
My question had to do with the plan, with the document that's associated with the original proposal, which was stated to be a draft that will be completed. When will that happen, and what public input will we have to that?
Sure. So we're waiting on just the draft language from the treasurer tax collector, and then we'll post the management plan, the draft management plan, for the November 5th public hearing.
Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, just a quick clarification, if only because I heard it. I have received questions about possible deferred maintenance at one or both hospitals, seismic retrofitting, what have you. As I understand the resolution and the proposal, what this board approved in the reso was a business improvement district, not any of the two other flavors, which are a property improvement district or the hybrid, which is a property and business district. So to the extent the revenues that are going to be assessed here are repurposed, my current understanding is it's all about seeking better Medi-Cal reimbursement and no current plan to dedicate those revenues to structural improvements or property improvements. Did I hear differently today? Are the cost savings, or at least the additional money that is anticipated from formation of this business improvement district, somehow going to result in improvements to the property? In which case, we should have approved a property and business improvement district. So again, with the absence of a detailed management plan, I have some general understanding that they hope to make nice and get better Medi-Cal reimbursement, but I still don't have any plan that dedicates any portion of these funds to property improvements. And by design, that seems to be by design because it's pitched and approved in concept so far by the reso as strictly a business improvement district. So can we understand, given where we're at right now, how these monies will be segregated and applied by the members of this business district?
So with the difference between the business and property, that is just the source of assessment. So it's not use. It's a lot of places in the country, it is based on property, but California also has a business option. So entities that are maybe renting can also be part of the collection assessment. There's nothing in the state law that says, if you're taking it from a business or a property, it has to be spent business or property. There's just, you have to either have business locations or a geographic scope with the 94 law. Regarding how the funds will be spent, if there's going to be any facility maintenance or improvements, I'll leave that to Sutter and Adventus to comment on.
Really would like Zach to comment a little bit on this. I do want to make a couple of statements and then to the board and then to the public as well. When you look at what the options are, there's many options. And I think the board report would do that. Southern Adventist provides millions and millions of dollars of uncompensated care each year. So how we put these in buckets and how you orchestrate the measure in that sense and how the money's spent, there's multiple opportunities on that to make sure that we're in compliance with that through the how the statute's written and in that sense, in that standpoint. Zachary, do you have anything to add to that?
No, we don't. That's correct. The money comes in for uncompensated care services that you're currently not being paid for, that you're covering other costs with.
And I'm not sure which statute this is being written under, so I'm not, there's, Mr. Green went a little deep on me on how the statute is being written, so I'm not sure exactly how to respond. I can tell you operationally from the hospital standpoint and from the hospitals what we're doing and how we're trying to stay viable, but to the specifics of the ordinance, I'm not sure how to respond.
So I guess how the ordinance is written, you can, there's no, it doesn't specify if you have to spend it on property improvements or business improvements. It's just the method of collection and the entity. But I was just curious if you had any comment on with these funds, if any would be used for property improvement.
They could be in that sense. It really just depends on, there's so much happening at any point. It could be designated, it can be designated based on how we need to designate through this process. And that there's enough negative in enough different areas in the hospital's operations that we can do that in that sense. And, if we talk about seismic, both hospitals have seismic issues in that sense. There are opportunities there as well. I know there was a comment a few weeks ago about, that we should cover that within operations, and that would be great if it was operations that would cover it. But, we're nonprofit agencies like everyone else in the community trying to improve the health and wellness of the community with inadequate funding.
And again, I'm going to go back to the annual report. We talked about this is not supposed to increase cost to the consumers of your services. That's one thing I want to keep track of as we do the annual reports. And then what money came in through this improvement district and what has it been spent on, just to see how that's enhanced the services or enhanced the longevity of the services. Because if your hospital's falling apart, it does not have longevity. So I think that we need to do a good job of the oversight. We do have a control mechanism within this to say, yes, this is great, let's continue. This is a fresh path that no one else has necessarily laid the tracks for us, and we're going to see how it works. And I'm willing to take that leap of faith, and as long as we do a good job and we have those annual reports, I think we can create that partnership and make sure that there's benefits to the community. So I don't see any problems with this. Just to go back to my comment earlier. In the first whereas, it says the proposed district will provide specific benefits to assessed businesses located in the county and licensed as general acute care hospitals, which I talked about that last time. That's the definition utilized by the California Department of Public Health. Is it possible to put parentheses hospitals right there so that if there's anything new, that it would fall underneath that and everyone gets taxed the same, versus the next one, which says, whereas Sutter Lakeside Hospital and Adventist Health Clear Lake, parentheses, hospitals are non-profit, and then we use hospitals for the rest of the document.
Let me check with council. So with the formation process, there's a petition, which they did at the beginning, sending their wish to form this district. And so I think we just have to look at the law a little bit more to see if that would grandfather in, or if a new hospital would have to jump through some hoops to join.
And just, I guess my question would be for the TID, if somebody builds a new hotel, do they not get the same TOT levels because they're new?
They do, but that's a different law, so I just want to check.
Okay. And if the rest of the board doesn't want to see that change, I'm ready to move forward. I just you never know if it's going to be a new name in the near future, if it's going to have somebody new, and I just wanted to make sure that it was covered no matter what was the future of our hospitals here.
So we're not approving any resolution this meeting. We have to, because they want to make sure, in case you're doing like a neighborhood-based, business-based assessment district and there's like 200 businesses, they want to build in a lot of notification. So that's why there's this public meeting. There's the public hearing on the 5th, and then there will be the resolution on the 15th, or the 19th. So we have time to look at that and edit the resolution.
Okay. Appreciate that. And we already opened it up for public comment. Oh, we do have another comment from Jerset and Lorenz.
Yeah, just to make sure we're all clear, the other hospital, if another one came in, it would be taxed and would also be eligible for the funding. If they didn't want to be taxed or didn't want to be eligible for the funding, then the county would need to pull down the tax completely. The program would be over. So it would really be in their control if a new hospital did come in, because they would need to be taxed under federal law. We couldn't break them apart. So they would get the benefits of this program. If they didn't want the benefits of the program, then the county would probably have to take the entire program down.
Thank you for your comment. And Supervisor Green?
Just a last clarification, not going to be definitive in any way, and we're not approving anything, but my reading of this, imperfect as it is, the revenues obtained through the assessment of this business improvements district, by my reading, would not be eligible to do property improvements, because if you're going to do a property and business improvement district, there's a whole bunch of other findings that have to be made regarding the property improvements that are proposed to be made. So I don't need a definitive answer on that, but again, my complaint originally is I don't have a really good understanding, much less a management plan for the other services that are going to be provided via these fundings, and to any concern the public may have or I may have about the ability to use these funds to improve properties or do retrofits. I don't think there's a there, but I will defer to those operating this in future years to plow that path. I don't share the same confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, no further comment, and that closes this item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and finish up our timed items. Our 6.8, 11:15 a.m. item, consideration of County of Lake Department of Public Works fiscal year 24-25 work plan presentation, and we have Director March with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience today.
No worries. Good afternoon, Chair Sabatier and members of the board. My name is Glenn March. I'm the Public Works Director. I understand the board is interested in what I've been up to in the last 3 months since I've joined. I'm going to make this brief because I know everyone's hungry, ready for lunch. Real quickly, I'm going to go through the slide presentation. Next slide. So the Public Works Department is comprised of numerous divisions. And to get the work done, we have 63 positions and 15% vacancies. We're running 25% vacancies. We had a successful recruitment in the roads department. We should be hiring 4 people, so we'll reduce that, 7 vacancies, we hope. The engineering and inspection division is the most concerning. We've lost 2 people this year. And you can see that the board approved changes in the positions, which is great. So we're looking for project managers as opposed to engineers, so to get projects done. Accomplishments this year, we reclassified 5 positions. We are going to add a fiscal coordinator dedicated to the engineering inspection division. We also modified the master fee schedule that will allow us to collect actual costs for our work on PG&E and MediaCom projects. Currently, we're just doing a fee for the length of trenching, which we're not recovering all our costs. So now we'll be able to recover all our costs. As you're aware, the civil grand jury requested that we collect more revenue to pay for more inspection of PG&E's work, and this is consistent with that request. We are also hiring another engineering technician to cover the PG&E work, and I think we'll be able to get reimbursed for most of those 2 position costs. Currently, I'm working on the 10-year capital improvement program. We're continuing to work very hard on filling vacancies. We're actually changing our associate engineer position to a part-time position and a remote position to help staff review plans and specifications on our capital improvement project. And we're improving our contracting processes. So we're working with Caltrans to make sure we meet all the requirements. And you'll see new consultant contracts after the first of the year. Future activities include filling vacancies. We're going to modify our accounting practices and improve our project management know-how. Many of our project managers have less than 3 years of experience. So just getting them more knowledgeable is a big task. We're going to implement new road maintenance strategies in the spring where our teams are more systematic approach to road maintenance. Right now, the team is focused on responding to complaints and addressing complaints, but we have a process to identify urgent complaints and address those within a day or 2. And the other road complaints are going to inform staff on which roads need to be maintained more. So they'll prioritize roads that need to be maintained more, and I'll expect the area supervisors to be very knowledgeable on the roads within their district so they can assign tasks to their lead workers and get that done. We're going to modify and add ordinances. We're going to do a pavement moratorium ordinance. We're going to update the airport ordinance in order so we can collect more fees on the airport. So currently we're collecting about $30,000 a year. We're spending about $60,000 in expenses. Hope to get our fees up to $125,000 over the next 5 years. We'll incrementally increase and see the revenue we collect, and that's important. A lot of people moving on to the capital improvement projects. So I submitted a list of active capital improvement projects that have funding. You'll see some projects are complete, but they're not closed. So we have to collect all our reimbursements to close them. Projects in construction are in construction. Projects in the planning phase are those where we have funding for, but we have not assigned a consultant to that work. And I've provided a list of the different types of projects we have going. Any questions?
Any comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska?
Well, it's not in your presentation, but we did have a plan to start the road work in Cobb this year, and it got delayed. So I just was hoping you could speak to that. I know we have some people who came for that.
So Cobb Mountain, the 2024 pavement rehabilitation project the advertisement was delayed because I was unaware that we hadn't done our environmental clearance on the project at the time we intended to bid the project. So I expect the project to be bid in next month, and I expect it to be awarded in January, so we can begin construction in April.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
I appreciate the presentation. We had a side conversation. There are one or two projects on here that aren't on your list, and I know you're dealing with a lot in the department and a lot of mop-up. So presentation a day aside, how are you able at this point to start figuring out those problem areas that aren't even on the list yet and get them funded? So what's your mop-up strategy? Because I have a couple projects that aren't on the list, and I think they're important. Yeah.
So we have windows when we can apply for grants, and so this year we're going to get back to basics, our contracting, our accounting, and assess each of our projects. In the future, we're going to apply for the various grants when windows open. You had mentioned Highland Spring Road. The Highway Bridge Program grants the new grants are going to be open in the spring, so we'll apply for a grant for that project, and we'll be looking for funds for projects as we identify them. And a lot of the projects, we're very grateful to Caltrans because they really help us with our existing projects and help us identify funding for new projects. As part of the capital improvement plan, which we intend to complete next spring, we need to identify future projects and look for future funding opportunities. So that is the process to identify future projects and future funding opportunities.
I want to thank you for your presentation today. I know you and I spent a little bit of time discussing potential airport projects that you have in mind. I'm hopeful to see a little bit more to elaborate on that in the future in a further presentation, because I think that's something that we've been talking about for a while, and I was excited to have those conversations with you and just to see what's possible out there. I know you mentioned most likely we could be doing an award in January for the Cobb area. I'm hopeful, and we'll keep talking about this, that we can get an overall look at what does the calendar year of 2025 look like for projects that we've had on our list. Maybe that list looks a little different, but it'd be nice to know what our plan is for that following year, and hopefully by January you'll have an idea of what can and can't be done based on the funding that we have available. So hopeful that we can do that at that point in time. Any other questions? All right, let's open it up for public comment. Uh-oh.
Sorry.
We've lost,
Here
hold on one second. We've lost video. I'm going to ask you to pause.
Sorry, hearing impaired, I'm reading lips.
If you could please pause, we lost the video.
On Zoom. Everything else
My video works. Can I turn my camera around to allow us to finish?
It's on up there.
Is that something I can do, is use my laptop so we can at least finish this public comment and conclude this item? I'm asking county council.
Briefly, he answered questions that I was just going to make a public comment to Jessica, but Glenn had already answered questions that I had for him, so this was just going to be a broader, it can't happen soon enough.
I know.
It's just as simple as that.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to turn on my video so that we can at least finish this. I hope that everyone can still hear us using my laptop video. Sorry, it's such a close-up look of my mug. But we are going to close public comment if there's no further public comment for this item. Seeing no hands in the Zoom room and no movement in the chamber, I will go ahead and close this item, and thank you for the presentation, and more to come. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are done with our timed items. We will start with our behavioral health services items and our untimed items. So starting with item number 7.7, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to perform substance use disorder treatment medical director responsibilities on behalf of Lake County Behavioral Health Services in the amount of $1,819,640 for fiscal year 24-25. And we have Director Jones.
Hello. Oh,
Aha.
okay, it's live. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Board. Yes, as I have to just reference the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system here to set the context for why this is required. So every drug Medi-Cal plan must have a medical director, and that position must review all of the assessments to make sure that they're correct and sign off on them, and also make sure rule for medical causes, really, that can be very pertinent in SUD treatment. So because we joined the organized delivery system waiver, a lot of his work is now Medi-Cal reimbursable, where it hasn't been before, which is very cool. And so he is able to bill fee-for-service drug Medi-Cal for some portions of his work. And so thus, that's the dramatic increase in his contract, is to account for the revenue or the his billing of fee-for-service, which reflects a 65% pass-through of our fee-for-service rate, which we maintain across both mental health and drug Medi-Cal plans. So that is the nature of that contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions from the board? Seeing none, just a quick clarification. You said that the medical director is able to do the billing, or is your department doing the billing, and how do we get refunded for it? I'm just trying to figure out that line.
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's pretty much like any other contractor. All of our contractors have a direct login to our electronic health record. It's a cloud-based web browser electronic health record where they can only access their patients, so they submit claims right in our EHR. They also do monthly invoicing, so we reconcile what they billed against their invoice, and we pay them, and then we bill up the claim to DHCS.
Okay, so you're both billing.
Yes.
One to you and you to the state.
That's true.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve agreement between County of Lake and Hardeep Singh, MD, to perform substance use disorder treatment medical director responsibilities on behalf of Lake County Behavioral Health Services in the amount of $1,819,640 for fiscal year 2024-2025, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Just a quick check-in with CAO Parker. Everything's good to go?
Yes. Just need to update.
Well, you know, it's probably more entertaining for some people. As long as we're still going and we're recording and we're on Zoom. Let's move on to 7.8. Consideration of amendment number 2 to the agreement between County of Lake and Sutter Center for Psychiatry. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations in the amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 23-24. Director Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I brought this item for a discussion because of two factors. One is that this is a somewhat unusual type of contract whereby we're rendering payment for a previous fiscal year. It's a red flag for sure for me. And so it's good to discuss, and for two, because it's a very high dollar amount contract. So the reason why it took us a long time was some just difficulty getting Sutter Center for Psychiatry to sign the agreement and be responsive to reconciling invoices. And so our analyst team diligently worked through that. And of course, we finally get to close out our fiscal year 23-24, which is great. And I don't think we've had like this type of contract since fiscal year 21-22. And we will not be bringing any others. This is the outlier for this year.
All right. Thank you very much. And when you say any others, you mean for fiscal year or in the future as well?
So we're closing out our 23-24 fiscal year, which means for now, we never want these kind of contracts where you're like rendering, but this is our last of the 23-24 batch, or maybe the only one. I can't, anyways. We hope to be done with that.
We shall see. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? And just real quick, it's not an increase in cost or fees. This is an increase in services that were rendered to community members. Thank you very much. The answer was yes. Let's open it up for public members. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no hands up in the Zoom room and no movement in the chamber, bringing it back to the board for action.
There's none further, Chair. I move to approve Amendment 2 to the agreement between County of Lake and Sutter Center for Psychiatry for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations in the amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 2023-24, and authorize the Chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we are going to move along on our untimed items to, we're going to start with 7.13 because I believe we have a special guest here for that one. And so that one is consideration of A, waiving the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. B, purchase of a 900 Eco 12 yard truck mounted combination sewer cleaner. And C, authorizing the department head to issue a purchase order to UROC not to exceed the amount of $653,040. And Director Bore.
Good afternoon, board, staff, and I guess residents, if there's any. So this item before you, we did formal bidding and we had demos of multiple different kind of Vector trucks, pumper trucks. They're all kind of exclusive to each different brand. So we had Aquatech out, Owens Equipment, VacCon, and UROC out. And those were the only ones that we could reach out to get them to come. And we received quotes for all of them for new models. The bids ranged from $710,000 down to $632,000 for a new piece of equipment. And the UROC one was for a brand new one was $686,000. And when they brought out the demo model, it's got all the bells and whistles on it and comes with a lateral kit and a bunch of stuff that isn't standard on equipment. And they offered us to purchase their demo model at $588,000, which is $100,000 less than the brand new piece of equipment. And it only has 40 hours on the equipment of operations, which was purely demo, so it was professionally done by the UROC representatives, and it has 8,000 miles on the engine, and it's a diesel engine, so it's not even broke in. And so we would like to go with the option of using the demo model and save the county $100,000 for basically the same piece of equipment.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, you just mentioned the D word as in diesel. Is this one of those heavy pieces of equipment that require that DEF stuff?
Well, I believe it's diesel, but it's, yes, it's all the new diesel equipment kind of stuff that has they all come with DEF and
Is
they
it
have a
your,
tank.
so
And
your understanding we're bound to get that type of equipment based on state or federal law?
Yeah, it's the way they come, based on the state, and due to the nature of the size of the equipment, that's what it is.
All right, well, I mean, I can't hold this up, 100K is 100K, but just based on frequent reports from our good friends at Lakeport Fire, those DEF things can take units out of service for extended periods of time. So I guess we're going to have to all live and learn with that. So it's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment, or did we have a comment?
I was just here in case you had any questions, so.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience today. Any comments on this item? Anyone wish to speak to this? I see no hands in Zoom, no movement, though there is slight movement in the chamber. I'll take that as not coming for a question or a comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Director Bora, thank you very much for the correspondence regarding this. Everything looks good to me. Looking forward to the approval.
I move that we waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique natures of goods and services.
Second.
Do we want to do the whole thing? Can we do the whole thing?
3-pack, I think.
We do A, B, and C?
Your board has the option to do it the whole way or the other.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll retract my second.
Okay, B, approve purchase of a 900 Eco 12-yard truck mounted combination sewer cleaner. And C, and authorize the department head to issue a purchase order to U-Rock not to exceed the amount of $653,040.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to go backwards to 7.12. Sitting as the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors, consideration of agreement between the County of Lake on behalf of Lake County Sanitation District, Lake San, and Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. for Lake San Full Circle Effluent Pipeline Project update to the 2004 preliminary design report for an amount not to exceed $320,611 and authorize the chair to sign. I don't know why that was difficult, but it was.
Okay. Good afternoon. This item before you is an update. So they already did the full circle original plan, which takes the effluent from all the different wastewater systems and basically takes the pipeline all the way up to the geysers. So currently it goes from our northwest plant to Clear Lake Oaks down to Southeast, and then it goes around down to Middletown and then up to the geysers. It currently does not include the city of Lakeport or the Kelseyville plants. And so this would be updating the 2004 plan to look at new technologies, check the pipeline locations because the freeway has changed somewhat over the last 20 years, and look at what it would take us. It's a study to look and see where the pipeline would be and what it would be to make that a full circle around the lake.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Just a question. You noted a substantial amount of time has passed since the last PDR, and some things are going to change up, like you said, based on design, changing technologies and what have you. But I guess before I want to spend $320K on that, I don't see in this report, again, dating back to 2004, what the initial thought was on the full circle, whether we in this board still agree that that's a good idea. And so I think I know the circle list. This has been a long-standing goal of this board and prior boards and all that, but I just want to make sure before we spend the money on that if there's any renewed authorization, we would need to do that. Same thing, just if conditions have changed on the ground that would require an update to the PDR, do we need to review whether this is still a good idea as a policy?
This is funded from Congressman Thompson specifically for this purpose.
Yes, it's an earmark that we have. So it's not
We
our.
asked for it.
It's not our money, it's the federal government's fund. So, and it's my understanding that we are still interested in looking to see about making the full circle, as well as what the option would be for tertiary and being able to look at those two studies and compare the two options.
Supervisor
Yeah, I think from a, this is an earmark that we asked through for Congressman Thompson. We appreciate getting that opportunity. But also through the devastating disasters we've had, there are some communities that still aren't on sewer. We need to look at those because just like we had to rebuild the sewer to rebuild the community of Anderson Springs as we move through that process, resiliency is a part of this conversation also, so,
And future development.
yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think that if we don't move forward with that and we have growth, we have other issues we have to kind of think about. Where do we put treated water if we don't continue to do the full circle project? That doesn't mean that we can't have tweaks to it, especially there's upcoming contracts that will be brought back to us at one point, and we'll see where that is. But to cancel this, I think, would be working against and creating new problems that we aren't ready to deal with at this moment in time. I'm going to echo a little bit of the sentiment shared by Supervisor Simon on those that don't have access to not just the effluent pipeline, but any actual sewer itself that are still in septics, especially those that are living on the lake shore, where there's impact potentially on the lake, whether it's by accident or because of lack of maintenance. It would be great to make sure we take all of that away from the lakeside and into the proper infrastructure. So love the tertiary, love all those things. I think those are things that we need to stay focused on. I think that the effluent pipeline full circle was ahead of its time, and I think that we need to keep moving forward rather than stopping or going backwards. So thank you very much for bringing this to us. And with nothing further, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see no hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber. Bringing it back for action.
I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake on behalf of Lacosan and Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. for engineering and design service for the Full Circle Effluent Project update to the 2004 preliminary design report for an amount not to exceed $320,611.00 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to skip around again. Are we looking at Rachel in the back? Are we ready for 7:15 or should we wait a little bit? Okay. Let's go ahead and start with 7:15. Addendum, consideration of patch payment on a public guardian conservatee BB from general funds in an amount not to exceed $30,000 at $5,000 per month, continued from October 8, 2024. Board of Supervisors agenda item 7.6. And we have Director Dillman Parsons. Welcome, good afternoon. If it's green, we're good.
All right. Good afternoon, Board and Chair Sabatier. We should have Carrie Holt from Fiscal in the Zoom, if you could let her in the room, as well as Amy Szymanski, who is our Deputy Director over this program.
Both are in attendees and coming over.
Okay. Just in case we have any questions I can't address. So with BB, he is currently held in Lake County Jail. He is ready for release. He has served his time. But he is not able to live on his own. He's conserved with us in the PAPG-PC program here at Lake County Social Services. And he also is a convicted sex offender. So it is difficult for us to find a placement for him. He does have Medi-Cal and Medicare up and running right now with an anticipated release date of November 1st. I believe we checked with 15 different facilities that accept Medi-Cal, yes, and they were not willing to take him. We checked 17 private pay facilities, and of those, one of them is willing to accept him for placement. That's Nazareth Classic Care, in Napa. They're holding a place for him until November 1st. So if this is approved today, we would hope to quickly get him placed. This program doesn't receive any state or federal funding. It's fully county funds. And if the individual has their own estate, we use their estate to pay for their needs. In BB's case, he doesn't have an estate. We'll eventually have control of his Social Security and use that to assist in providing for his care. It's definitely not enough to pay for this placement. And the longer he is out of jail and in a placement, the more likely it is we'll be able to find him a Medi-Cal covered placement. So during the 6-month transition period, we'll continue to work on trying to find some place that accepts the medical coverage he has. That's what I have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
On what basis is it more likely that they'll be placed? Because it sounds like a difficult placement right out the jail, but I can imagine it's going to be an easier placement even if he's out, based on the conviction history, right?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult no matter what. And it's hard to say how long it will take us to place him because the 2 examples we attached, they passed before we were actually able to place them. Those 2 individuals passed away before even having to place them. So we can't really say. It is going to be difficult to place him. Amy, if you're on the line and have anything you want to throw in there, you're welcome to.
Hi. Hi. Can you see me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Everything that Rachel said is true. It will be difficult to place him. However, we have difficulty with all of our conservatees when they're in jail, simply due to the fact that there are limited placements in the state, and a lot of places will consider the jail a safe place. So if they are in another facility where they can understand how they're doing in, well, not a public, but a non-incarceration type arrangement, then they are sometimes more willing to work with us on moving them somewhere else. And so the sooner that they're out of jail, some opportunities will open for us.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? It's not open for public right now. We'll open it up soon. What happens after 30,000?
Yes, what happens after 30,000? We would probably be back before your board, potentially if we haven't been able to place him. Amy, do you have any thoughts on that? Or Carrie, do you have any thoughts on that?
Not especially. I don't have a direct answer for you. I just know that we have a better opportunity once he is out of the jail. And so we do have an extensive list of places. As you are aware, we reached out to those that are sometimes a little bit more lenient with us. There are places that are off the list simply because of their proximity to a school or other places where someone with his background cannot be placed. But we won't be stopping. We'll be continuing to look until we have found something.
And then because they're conserved, are we, like, our hands are tied at that point? We have to continue with the placement where they are, and so we can't move them anywhere else because there's no other facility that's available to take them, and so the 30,000 continues without us being able to make any changes? We're kind of stuck in that program?
We're stuck having to have some place for them, yes. Hopefully we could find a place that accepts Medi-Cal or Medicare, but there's no guarantee of that.
And I know that we just reopened their Medi-Cal, and actually in the memo it stated that it could only be reactivated once we knew the final date, but it sounds like that may have changed as long as we're using the November.
Right now, right, presuming he's going to be released November 1st.
Right.
But that wasn't a barrier to these facilities saying no. The barrier was the nature of his conviction. Yeah.
I will say that once he's not in jail, it's also easier to be able to access his Social Security, which, as Rachel had mentioned, will help pay towards some of his fees. So I would like to think that even if we had to extend placement in this particular facility, that we would need less at that point. And again, we're going to be continuing to look for a place for him to go.
Right. I mean, the alternative is leaving him in jail, which is not great. And I'm not sure the judge would be very happy with that.
No, it's not the right appropriate. I'm sure it's actually more expensive to remain in jail than it is to go to this facility. I feel this is a very sensitive subject matter, but what I would ask, if there's consensus, is at least every 3 months, let us know what the update is just on the location status. No need for specifics any further than that, but just so that we're in the know, because I'm worried about the 30,000 becoming more, and then we're stuck, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Right, absolutely.
I feel stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I think this is probably the better option, and I can't limit it because nothing can be changed anyways once they're in.
Right. Absolutely. We'd be happy to bring those reports to you.
Is that okay with everyone, just to get like a email update and let us know how general funds are being utilized to continue to?
I think an email update is probably fine.
Okay.
Looks like we have consensus on that. Let's go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just, you probably explained this, but I just want to hopefully reiterate it. So if, like, let's say hypothetically, there was no approval of this person would stay in jail, and that's the alternative?
We don't have any other thing to do with them, yes.
Which, like you said, would be more burdensome. Okay.
It's not the environment conducive to the care that this individual needs.
Correct. And I also believe it's probably more expensive for the county in the long run.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Sir, you had a comment? Please come up to the microphone. Absolutely. And you have 3 minutes, if we can please get your name.
My name is Wesley Otten, and I just happened to walk in and hear what was going on. And my concerns is how many times has he been in the past convicted of something like this? And if it's one time, yeah, something happens, people get stuff misconstrued. But if it's multiple times, and we have to worry about this guy coming out and endangering our children or our wives or our sisters or our daughters, that keeping him in jail for that extra money might be worth it. Because that's my feeling about it, to have him out on the streets or be able to just walk away from some facility at any given moment. Is it a guarded facility? I mean, what's really happening? We can sit here and you say this and this and this, but do we know the facts? Do you know the facts of his prior history?
Enough facts, yes.
Okay, and so is it one time? Is it 2 times? Is it 3 times?
So I'm not going to get into that detail because I don't want to get into the details of who this individual is, because I think the more facts we provide, the more we disclose the what I would believe is HIPAA information as to why his name is even blacked out in the first place on the documents that we have. But this individual has paid their dues, and the judge is requesting for us to help get him to the right facility to get the right care. I believe this person has a lot of disabilities as well, which is one of the issues as to why at the jail it's not the appropriate place.
Okay.
I share your concerns, but at the same time, we have to do what's best with the tax dollars that we have and what's best for our community and this individual. And right now, we do not have the best scenario whatsoever.
Okay, so that's all I want to know. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate your concern. Any further comments from the public on this item? I see no hands in Zoom, no further hands up in the chamber, and bringing it back to the board.
So when do we start the clock running upon the release and placement? Because I don't see what fiscal year, I don't see a date started, I don't see a contract.
It would be with the November 1st placement would be month 1. So November would be month 1.
All right. And then the recommended action is not really in the form of a motion, but I can try to move to approve a $30,000 transfer from general funds to public conservator account for the patient known as BB to be used for monthly patch payments not to exceed $5,000 per month for placement at Nazareth Classic Care, a private pay facility. And who signs that? Department head or the chair?
Whoever has the authority to move money from general fund.
County Council, help us out with that.
It would be the chair of the board, Mr. Chair.
And authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and do item 7.14. Sitting as the Lake County Watershed Protection District Board of Directors, adopt a resolution to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between Lake County Watershed Protection District, Habematolo Pomo of Upper Lake, and Robinson Rancheria to execute the U.S. EPA 2024 through 2027 Environmental Information Exchange Network Grant. And we have with us Miss Angela DePalma-Dow.
Chair.
Vice Chair?
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself from this. I'm just going to state first and foremost, or just before I, step out, that there's no public benefit to me or as a member of the tribe of Robinson or even sitting in a council position as Robinson Rancheria. In fact, I'm not even a signatory. The other thing about it is there's no contract with the signatory or MOU with the signatory on it or anything of the like. So I just wanted to just make that known, but again, because of the optics, I would rather just recuse myself. So,
Thank you very much. We'll let you know when we're done.
Thank you.
Palma-Dow.
Thank you, Board, for having me today. Supervisor Puan's out of office, so I'll be taking on this item. And for a little background, this is phase 2 of a grant that was awarded to Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake and the Watershed Protection District. So the first phase was awarded in 2019. We're finishing up that project. We applied for the second phase and were awarded. And so now this is the MOU as a requirement of that grant, establishing the duties and the roles and responsibilities of carrying out that grant project between the tribes and Watershed Protection District. I did want to bring your attention, I believe the Habematol Environmental Director, Daniela Cazares, is on the Zoom today too. And I wanted to express gratitude for Habematol for partnering with us on this grant. It's not accessible to county governments, only to tribes, but they're great partners for working on environmental issues, water quality issues, and so we're really in debt and grateful to them for continuing this partnership on this project. And so what I did want to mention for this was that the resolution that was submitted in the package had some typos, some errors, so I wanted to point that out to the board before we move forward. I did provide a copy of this to Joanna, so she can bring it up and show to you guys. Oh, it did get added to the packet online?
It's been
Wonderful.
uploaded to the packet online, yeah.
Lickety split on those. That's okay. And I did discuss these corrections with County Council yesterday, so thank you, Lloyd, for your time on this, and he's aware of the corrections. The MOU itself is correct, just the resolution approving it and just has some errors that need to be corrected. So in the title, it specifies that the resolution to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between Lake County Watershed Protection District and only Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake to execute the US EPA 2024 to 2027 Environmental Information Exchange Network Grant. And this is for us to collect water quality, put it in public databases, and do other projects. The previous version specified this was an MOU between Habematol and Robinson, and that is incorrect. So this is just an agreement between the district and the granted agency, the awarded agency, which is Habematol. Habematol will have a separate agreement with Robinson for their portion of this grant. In the fourth whereas, again, we just specified that it's with Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake, which is known as the tribe throughout this. And then in the seventh whereas, we describe a third partner, Robinson Rancheria, is working with us to distribute or split the funds of the grant award amount was the 499,604. The portion for the district is 170 and 31. And then the be it resolved, we therefore clarified to approve to enter into a memorandum of understanding between the County of Lake Watershed Protection District and Hibimatal-Pomo of Upper Lake. So those are all the corrections to that for that resolution. The memo of understanding itself was correct and just lists Hibimatal and this district. And with that, I'll take any questions, or if Daniela wants to add anything to that too.
And so she's Daniela Santana.
Yes. That's her. It's the same. Okay.
Good afternoon, board and Angela. I just want to echo what Angela said and the continued partnership between the tribe and Lake County Watershed Protection District. It's not one agency that solves all the problems. So this grant is looking to expand upon what we've already built out in the past few years. I think 2019 was when we first started this project, and I was actually still with the county. So on the county side, I got to work under this grant. So by applying for the second iteration, we're hoping to expand and adding new partners like Robinson across the watershed to solve some of our problems that we have on the land here.
Thank you very much for that addition. And any comments or questions? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball. So I see the revised reso, which is a Word doc, but in the attachment B, I still see Robinson in there. So is that like a subcontract that's going to be let by the tribe, or because I see the reso, it clearly states it's going to be between the Watershed District and Hibimatal, but I don't see. It looks like Robinson is still going to get work from this contract, as pointed out in attachment B, but they're not a party to the revised resolution. So how does that work?
Yeah, Hibimatal is the agency that was awarded the grant, and then basically they're just having MOUs between us, the district, a partner, and Robinson. Robinson will have its separate MOU. So we'll both be doing work under the grant and working together, and then we just submit our reports to Hibimatal and invoices to Hibimatal, get paid out, and they're the agency that gets the funds.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Yep. Okay.
Anything else? Supervisor Simon?
Just a comment. I want to thank Hibimatal for working this agreement out, and also Water Resources and the tribes working together. Like you said, these are dollars that wouldn't come into the county without this opportunity. So collaboration, I know there's many more opportunities, and hopefully it continues to grow from the county and the tribal aspect. So thank you.
Any other comments? I know that that part of the process is to keep adding those that are working on similar projects, and I know that Big Valley of Rancheria has quite a large amount of data as well, and I'm hoping that in the near future we'll see a combination of all our data mixed together so that we can work as collaboratively as possible. So I'm glad to see this, and hoping for further expansion in the future. Let's go ahead and open it up for any public comment. I see 0 hands in the Zoom room and no movement in the chamber. Bring it back to the board for action.
Question to County Council is of the form of the motion. So on the recommended action on the staff report, there's still a reference to Robinson Rancheria. Would I just strike that reference?
Yeah, so for the resolution, for purposes of approving the resolution, your board may offer the resolution incorporating the revisions that staff outlined at today's discussion. And with that, with those revisions, the resolution being offered would now be titled a resolution to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between Lake County Watershed Protection District and Hibimatal-Pomo of Upper Lake to execute U.S. EPA 2024 to 2027 Environmental Information Exchange Network Grant.
And that sounds like the resolution I'm going to offer.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Spatier?
Aye. Resolution passes. Thank you very much.
And
Thank you, board.
Mr. Chair, just for further clarification or also confirmation for your board, because the memorandum of understanding, although the signature field is for the Water Resources Director to sign, And it's in accordance with the resolution, your board may also consider approval of the Memorandum of Understanding for the shared execution of the U.S. EPA 2024-2027 Environmental Information Exchange Network Grant and authorize the Director of Water Resources to sign.
Thank you. We would have had a resolution and not an MOU.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for catching that.
Thank you, County Council.
All right. And I see we have Lars at the back. Let's go ahead and continue with item 7.3, consideration of upcoming courthouse facility projects. And Public Services Director Lars Ewing and Admin Staff Matthew Rothstein. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I will. Good afternoon, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Matthew Rothstein as well is here, and Stephen Carter had a lot of involvement with this as well. So I was going to defer to him to speak, and unfortunately he's not here, but happy to present. The purpose of the presentation today really is not normal for projects, but given the number of upcoming projects here in the courthouse, I thought it would be a good opportunity to update the board and allow the board an opportunity, as always, to provide any direction to staff and input on the projects. There are a number of projects going on, and I'll list them here, and then we'll go into just a summary on each one. The first project will be, and really, well, the second project, but I'll state it first here, and that's renovation of the board chambers. That's really what drove the idea to come to your board now. But also up for consideration is the fourth floor vacancy, the future anticipated fourth floor vacancy as a result of the new courthouse. Also, two other projects that are building-wide projects. One is an HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning modernization project, and the other is restroom renovations, or are multiple restroom renovations through the building. So all the projects are included in the county's facilities capital improvement plan. And on a side note, upcoming to the board next month will be an update to that 5-year facilities capital improvement plan for facilities, parks, and the landfill. So if the board is okay with me summarizing each project and then coming back for questions at the end, a lot of the projects have some interrelatedness, and we might answer some questions as we go along. So the first project is really the not our project right now, but it's the state's, and that is the new courthouse that is under construction. The anticipated completion for that is mid 2026, so about a little under 2 years away. That information is coming from the courts as well as the AOC at the state level. And we do anticipate, and they do anticipate, relocation of the fourth floor to occur not long after that. So that leaves about 1.5 to 2 years for what we're going to call space planning, or what is called space planning. So the plan of action was and still is for Public Services, Admin, and the Space Committee to lead that effort to address a variety of questions that are actually listed in the board memo just as examples, but really to identify what is the plan of action that we want to take, as well as address the domino effect of vacancies that follow that. Of note also is that the county must purchase the state's equity rights in the building. That is spelled out in the joint occupancy agreement that the county has with the state, and an appraisal is planned to that end with the state leading that effort in 2025. So we've been in touch with the AOC on that. So the next project that I'll quickly summarize is the proposed renovation of your board chambers. And at the board's direction, we have begun a modernization project for remodel here, really at a conceptual level. Really, Public Services has hired an architect. Admin has been representing the county as a stakeholder. But because this is really the board's chambers, we're here. That's what we felt it was a good opportunity to come to your board to get some input. The focus on that project, the modernization project, but specifically functionality, technology, access, acoustics, aesthetics, the list could go on and on. We do have some renderings of the two concept options that, Johanna, if you could put those up, I'd appreciate that. So we have two options, and these are at this point to provide a sense of what has been worked on. They are not the final design. In fact, we're showing two because it could be a combination of these options, or could take a different approach entirely. What I'd like to do, Johanna, if you just kind of go through each slide just to give a sense, maybe slowly just to go through to give a sense for the board of what we're looking at achieving. The two options, the main difference is the front area has a slightly different layout of furniture, and the ceiling is, in this image, it shows kind of a standard T-bar ceiling with lights. And the second option, you can go ahead, Johanna. The second option shows a little bit more of a more architectural ceiling and as well as walls. So the idea is updating, refreshing. We wanted to make sure that we were meeting the board's intent and achieving your needs. When we get down to, pretty pictures are great, but when we get down to logistics, okay, what is the cost, right? That's what everyone would want to know. The average, well, I shouldn't say an average, the range of these options is between $650,000 to $750,000. That's the estimate. The funding that we have in the current budget is $250,000. So obviously there's a gap there. We have some opportunities for value engineering, primarily with the ceiling options that I mentioned, selection of building materials. You can see in these images there's a lot of wood, to put it simplistically, and that can run up the cost, especially if we're talking about millwork that's specialty, fabricated, not just something that is shipped here and we kind of pull off the shelf. So there's opportunities to value engineer that down, but we would like to move forward. We can certainly receive and hope to receive some input from your board, but the anticipation is to move forward with design. And also just for your board's awareness, admin has been looking at alternative meeting locations, and that's something that is certainly of consideration for this project, because the timing of the project, will not just be an overnight project. Obviously, this would be needing to take up this space and complete construction. So moving on to the last two projects. First one is HVAC modernization. The current system for this building is dated. It is challenging. It presents challenges. It's operational, but it certainly is challenging. Currently, the building has separate heating and cooling systems. The proposed system, and I won't go into the technical details of the current system nor the proposed, but suffice it to say that the proposed system that we have currently in design is an updated system. It will allow for more adaptability. It'll allow for both heating and cooling in separate areas of the building, so we're not reliant on heating or cooling only, and additional zones. We can heat and cool at a more refined level, space-wise, certain areas. It will also be all electric, and that's important when we start talking about our solar arrays that should go into construction in a matter of a few months. As I mentioned, the engineering design is underway. It does assume the fourth floor occupancy. That it is adaptable to that, but But the idea is that the county, if we do take over the fourth floor, that we would design the system so that it includes that. Currently, the fourth floor, the courts run their own cooling system, and theirs is very dated in comparison to ours. Our cooling system is actually not as, it's only about 5-6 years old. The heating system, however, is dated. It is the original boiler from the 1968 courthouse construction that we have kept operating. The distribution system of the facility is original, with a lot of exceptions where we have modified it over the years for renovation projects. The estimate of the project is as a little over $2 million. Funding-wise, we have a little under $2 million. So we're going to move ahead with design. Hopefully, we can value engineer some out, but also pull from our building reserve to ensure that we can complete that project. And the last project to touch on, really just to note it really would not be something that we would commonly come to your board for, and that is restrooms. So restroom renovations courthouse-wide. It's been in the works for some time, and it's really included here not to go into detail, but rather for your board's general awareness and to ensure that the scheduling of those renovations would or could occur in conjunction with the other projects so that we're minimizing disruptions. So in closing, unless admin cares to add anything, I just, there is no specific board action requested here. But as I mentioned earlier, we certainly welcome your board's input, any direction to staff, and happy to answer any questions from here.
Thank you very much. Anything from admin?
I don't have anything further to add, but we definitely appreciate and rely on your board's direction.
All right. Thank you very much. Open it up for comments or questions. Supervisor Simon?
No, I appreciate the update, Lars. Obviously, the Space Committee is always having conversations. I think the ultimate goal, when we started some of the conversations early on as the board of trying to have a one-stop shop for building, planning. I don't know if we can fit it all in the building here, but as the space becomes available, that's something we've been talking about, getting environment, because you got to go up for planning up here, and then you got to go to environmental health for your sewer. You got all these things. So having those opportunities in the future for the county and its constituents, I think is real important. I think, everything you show up there is nice. I'm not a furniture picture guy, but the updating the hall in here would be really nice. And adding some electronics. We all walk around with these iPads. It'd be neat to see something in the desks at each of the chairs. I'm going your way, I guess, with the computer. Those are just some small things, but really using the space critically to get a one-stop shop type thing for our contractors and people building and doing projects, eventually with the use of the space, depending if it's in this building or when the armory's done, other buildings come available. So just how the space is used for the long-term success and helping our constituents. So that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Supervisor Pyska?
And knowing that this building has seen a lot in 60 years, and we need to make some investments to move us along into the next 60 years, and that's hard to do all at once. So I think it's important to do it incrementally and strategically too, which sounds like that's what you're working on.
We are, and I think it's a good opportunity to complement the buildings and ground staff for keeping, not just keeping the building what it was in 1968, but updating it over time. And I'll extend that beyond buildings and grounds to IT and anyone else that has their hands on this building. We're constantly changing. Technologies change. IT probably more than any. So kudos to Shane and his team for constantly staying up with it. But on the buildings and grounds side, every time a new wall goes up, that changes the airflow. Just to simplify it, that changes the lighting scheme. And so we're talking about more than just changing a floor plan. It adjusts. It has impacts that are broader reaching than we may think. So with we have staff who have taken down the same walls that they put up. So credit goes to them for keeping it the way it is.
Yeah, I see Maria nodding, like your office. There's some offices that get really hot and some that stay really cold.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed the chamber's views, but I got to ask some questions. Again, new kid on the block. I'm almost off the board, but to me, it's almost the invitation to do space analysis for the fourth floor, to me, triggers a larger inquiry to, do we have prior board direction that this courthouse, all 50, 60 years of it, is going to be our forever home as a county administrative center? And even if there were that prior buy-in, I'd probably question that prior direction at this point, because there's some things not on this improvement list that I would definitely want to ask questions. One, when you build a city on a hill, it looks great and you get great views of the lake, but it is inherently disadvantageous to people with disabilities that want to access this building. I don't know the current state of seismic safety analysis, or whether we're exactly where we need to be, or if that's something we're going to either be required to take a fresh look at in the near future, or can anticipate that as this building continues to age, seismic safety standards will be a concern. Elevators. No elevators in here. The two we have are inadequate. To add a third elevator that does meet ADA standards could be cost prohibitive. Nonetheless, we have to make the ask. So without sounding like I'm raining on the parade of what's been brought forward, and I know the board gave direction to bring this forward, to me, the longer-term picture is the suitability of this particular building as the forever home for county admin, or even if we say it's going to be the forever home for certain county functions, I don't know, absent that bigger history lesson, that this is the building to go all in on our county administrative services for the next 50 years. So that may be a separate presentation for another day and a different board. But I, even on the remodel here, before I go $750,000 to remodel this, it's a small room. I would probably want a bigger room, so those are just some comments and don't have to be immediately responsive to any of them, but appreciate the update. But what I'm looking for are subjects that you haven't raised in your presentation.
Sure. Yeah, and the purpose of the presentation was limited to these four. We absolutely have many other projects going on, this building and external to it. I certainly can't answer most of your questions, to be perfectly honest. We do not have a master planning document that guides county government facility use, aside from the facilities capital improvement plan that guides the individual buildings or individual projects. But is this the vision for your board? That's a question for your board, and if there's direction to staff to investigate that, the fourth floor vacancy might be a good opportunity to look at that. We do have some time here. So as a part of that space planning effort, I would suggest and recommend that we do incorporate some visioning to that end.
Any other questions or comments? Vice Chair?
Just in agreement with, moving forward and being strategic about it, because there's some things that are looming that are going to take place, and so it's best to have a plan to move forward with it. So in the HVAC, obviously, I know we all come in here one day and it's hot and one day it's cold, and so not to mention the restrooms. They're, again, 60s were a different time. So
Got avocado green still going on in there.
I like that, but no, but I just wanted to just echo a strategic approach.
So I appreciate you bringing this, and I believe, if I remember the date correctly, it's around 2026, maybe mid-2026, that the overall courthouse should be concluded and things starting to move in or completed to move in.
That's the date that I was provided by the project.
Give or take, depending on what bumps in the road that they find.
Right.
I do agree that we need to have a greater conversation about what will happen with the fourth floor. Also, I think a budget conversation where we're now going to be paying for everything within this courthouse, because that has some impacts to us. I know that you spoke about the HVAC and the restrooms. Those are all things that not just are good things for our staff, but also for the community members that come in here, the general public. They all need to have a friendly environment to encounter and engage with. So yes, I do know that, are the pipes involved with any of the HVAC work or things like that? Because I know that needs to be looked at as well.
Depending upon which pipes you're referring to, the distribution system for the HVAC ductwork, essentially, as well as any call them drain lines, condensate lines for cooling, that would be incorporated in there. Any plumbing lines, that is not a part of this as far as that system. But the distribution system would be entirely new. What's up there right now is adequate, but it's aging, that's for sure.
And I just think it's perfect timing with the solar panels going in. What can we connect together to help reduce the overall cost of energy? I think we have a very large space committee conversation that we need to have. You're working on the armory. There's the future movement of the sheriff's department going out to the armory. That's another vacant building. What do we do with that building? I think we need to have, and I think the space committee is the perfect opportunity for that, since that's already set up for that type of conversation. But we need to know way before 2026 what is expected to be done on the fourth floor and for who and why, so that we can have things designed and ready to go. I love the design or the opportunity to make this place look better here in the chamber. However, I sure hope we use grant funding for that and not any general funds, just because I would prefer to have impact on the public, general public. This is very minute amount of time and space during the full week's worth of engagement with the public. So I would prefer using general funds for other things. So hopefully we can find other people's money to be able to pay for that rather than having to dig into our own pockets. No, everything else is good, but lots more conversations to be had. Supervisor Simon, did you have something to add?
No, you just mentioned something. So I know USDA community facility grants and other things like that. Definitely going to be opportunities down the road, hopefully. Putting that out there for Ben to start looking at, so.
If I go.
I was just going to say, speaking of other people's money, I just wanted to reiterate and ensure whoever's listening in that other people's money, which being the state, is paying for the courthouse, the other courthouse, right?
Right.
I just want to make sure that that's emphasized, because there's a lot of misunderstandings that we've decided to pay for that and as a county, and we have not. It's the state paying for that, so just wanted to iterate that.
Yeah, and on that note, it's a good opportunity to point out the current funding, the current agreement with the state for the courthouse is both a cost sharing and a cost paying by the county. So I can't tell you the exact numbers if it's a net zero, but they cost share with us. The courts pay for their shared portion, but we also have to pay the state quarterly, I believe. So I don't know if it's a net zero, more or less, but there's a shared cost paying that goes along there. Now, it'll be nice to own the building and not have an occupant that up on the fourth floor that are judges. I'll say that. But we have done over the years a good number, and I say that just from having gone through the roofing projects on top. Right, that was a great project to have done. But when we're answering to a third party and not just your staff, it does present challenges.
Right. And I just had to look it up real quick to be correct. $83 million is what the state is putting into the new courthouse, which is what I'm thinking about as you're talking, Supervisor Green, about is this the future home? It is currently. Maybe in the future that might change, but at this moment in time, we have to use what we have. We have to finish the armory before we start thinking about what's potentially going to be the next after the courthouse. And at this moment, I think the projects you have will give longevity to the courthouse until we have a greater need. Any other comments? I'm just going to slide one in, last one. I know I had this conversation with Susan. We have a deficit in child care providers in the county, and we have families who work for the County of Lake. As we start swapping around who's who and who's where in the old sheriff's department, who's where in the fourth floor, if there's an area that opens up that's conducive to child care facility so that our employees can have access to that, I think that would be an opportunity to discuss and bring back at least.
Great. Okay, and we do have a Space Committee meeting coming up for review of the facilities capital improvement plan. So that Space Committee meeting will now be growing a bit with our topics, for sure.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? It's very calm today. No hands in the Zoom room, nobody moving in the chamber, bringing it back, and it was just a presentation with direction. I believe you.
We're good. Okay, thank you.
We're good. Use the Space Committee, I believe, was the direction for what our future vision is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 7.4, consideration and discussion of an agreement with AMPM Consulting LLC for departmental and countywide capital improvement planning services for an amount not to exceed $157,950 and authorize the chair to sign. Mr. Rickelman, welcome back.
Thank you. I could email it to you.
Micro.
Yeah. And then Kevin Gordon, the contractor, should be able to do it.
Yes.
Okay, great.
There he is. Good afternoon, board.
Is it green?
It is green.
Keep talking, I'm sure Sam will get you.
1, 2, 3. Looks like it's on, but the light on?
When in doubt, push it.
The push button. It's right there. Good afternoon, Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer, here with a proposed planning contract regarding capital improvements. So keeping on that theme. So the county issued an RFP to look at how we can have an overall vision with capital planning and work with individual departments too. It would definitely be building off the facilities improvement plan and the work Glenn and Public Works is doing with their 10-year CIP, and then also the work Robin's doing now with special districts. So it'd be a collaborative effort. AMPM, this is their specialty, is working with local governments and other entities on capital planning. How can you be more efficient and effective with your capital planning, and then how does it relate to strategic planning? So this is their general kind of 180-day implementation time frame, and the initial process is working with the departments on figuring out metrics and how do you score these projects for prioritization. So then you can think through funding and strategic planning, and thinking through also what are the constraints. So that's at the departmental level, and then at the county level, they would be combined. And a lot of local governments operate this way with capital planning. Some take a 5-year time frame, some do a 6, some do a 10. Some are locked in with available funding, and some are more of a planning framework where it's not necessarily a budgetary lock-in. So we would initially, this would be a planning mechanism. And Kevin, if you want to provide any more comments kind of on the time frame and overall vision, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, you were doing great, Ben. I was just going to let you run with it. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to visit with you. As Ben said, my name's Kevin Corwin with AMPM Consulting, and yeah, we're very excited about this project and the opportunity to help you all implement a strategic capital improvement plan countywide, and as Ben said, department-wide. And so yeah, these are the general stages of the project that we've identified. And I think there's a few more slides on each one of these. And then this is the general timelines that we've outlined for each of those stages.
Yeah, and this is just going into a bit more detail, the initial work with the departments, and so figuring out metrics and then the modeling that goes with that. We'd also be working with the treasurer, tax collector, and administration with different financial scenarios. So just thinking through kind of, is kind of the baseline, and then if there's funding opportunities out there, debt service, and so this is just different scenarios and how it would impact capital spending.
Yeah, so the initial effort will be, sitting down with the departments and, kind of learning what their process is internally of identifying projects. Obviously, Public Services already has a 5-year CIP that they work through and work on a routine basis, and bringing the same idea to the other departments. And then also, doing high level planning. So what we want to try to accomplish is, can we get, again, high level scope, schedule, costs, and benefits of not every active project even, but every potential project. And then we want to talk through ideas on metrics. Well, how are we going to determine what the benefit, from a quantitative standpoint, what the benefit of every project is. And so that's a lot of what the initial formation is going to be is, well, let's identify what potential projects are out there.
Next slide. So I've touched on this a bit, but when thinking through all these projects, identifying time range, and then the revenue levels and funding sources, and then optimization is a big part of this. And so thinking through, since we've identified all these projects, how do we rank them considering cost, timing, difficulty, and benefits? And that will be a countywide effort.
Yeah, so we'll set up scenarios, and what we want to look at in each of the scenarios is, we can vary the time ranges that we're looking at. We can vary, the revenue levels and the periods for those revenue levels. We can run scenarios with $10 million per year or $20 million per year, whatever is appropriate, and we can sort of do sensitivity tests of, well, what gives us, what's achievable potentially. And that's a lot of what we're working with the treasurer and tax collection department will be about, is identifying, well, what are those funding source options? What are the, sort of ranges of levels that could be achieved from all of those funding sources? And then there's always going to be critical projects. So that critical projects list, I always throw that in because there's always going to be, certain projects when you run these scenarios, like, hey, this project, no matter what, we got a grant, it has to start by this date or it has to finish by this date. And so we can put those constraints in as well and run scenarios with those options.
Next slide. So a critical part of this, I'll use that word again, is engagement with the community and within the county government itself. So kind of halfway through this process, when we have a lot of the projects reports and a decent handle on the overall project, engaging with the community regarding metrics, scorecards, and funding sources, and then talking through scenario constraints and targets, so we can get that critical feedback and then incorporate it into the final work product.
And we'll do our level best to, engagement is something you want to do throughout development of a CIP. And so as we develop, sort of a first round of scenarios, well, then we can seek feedback on those scenarios, and then we can go back and that's why I love the word refinement. On that previous slide, that's a lot of the refining process of then tweaking the scenario and then seeing what the output is. Maybe we need to think about a metric that we didn't identify, and we can incorporate that metric. And how is that metric going to be measured, and what are the data sources we're going to use for certain metrics? And so those are all things that we can get input on throughout the process.
InScope is project planning software, so this gives a view on individual projects, but then you can also scope out and look at kind of the entire flow of capital projects here, and how the metrics impact their rankings and delivery schedules. Is there anything else you want to add, Kevin?
Yeah, the iron triangle, as it's called, or sometimes referred to in project management on the right. That's really what the product is focused on. Is just trying to create a simple product a simple platform where all the departments, all the projects get structured the same way. Again, what we're interested in is, hey, what's the scope? What's the work that needs to be done? What's the schedule, timeline that's going to be kept? What are the estimated costs for all the projects? And then what are the quantified estimated benefits for the project? So if we have all those in one spot, in one place, then we can leverage that data. That's the data that we leverage in order to run scenarios.
Next slide. Do you want to speak to kind of these two tables here, Kevin?
Yeah, this is just it's just a very simple illustration for this idea behind optimization. For a long time, I think the process of developing CIPs, and I did it myself. I've worked on many CIPs. I was a city engineer for a long time, and you generally come up with a way of ranking projects and then estimate those costs, and you sort of go from a worst first or best first sort of approach, whichever you use. You can use cost benefit ratios. All kinds of different ways that people have come up with to prioritize projects over time. The only problem is you can get into situations like in this example here, sort of the traditional approach on top. You got all these projects. You start with the best or the worst one first, you do the projects. Well, you could run out of money, or you could just not do as much projects. And if you think in terms of total benefit, that's what that very bottom row is supposed to illustrate. If you've ranked these projects, hey, these are the quantified benefits of the projects, you got a rolling total benefit that you're achieving with each project and each dollar that's invested. Well, if we let the computer do the work of that and do the analysis of that, the computer could come up with a different sort of arrangement, taking into account the time factor as well, and how long it takes, and when, not just how much is going to be spent, but when is it going to be spent. And so maybe it's better to do 250 projects versus a 100 project sort of thing. And so that's what the computer analysis is designed to do, is look at all the possible configurations of all the projects and all the benefits, and what gives us the optimum arrangement of a CIP. What gives us the greatest benefit in the shortest amount of time for the dollars that we have available. And so, for example, in this simplified example, on the table below, you actually get more projects done at a higher aggregate benefit in your program than you do with just a more, scoring, worst or best scoring basis approach. So that's the idea behind using a computer to optimize this capital improvement program.
So this is from the City of Austin's Strategic Capital Improvement Plan, and what they're doing is overlaying different city priorities with also capital plan, capital investments. So I'm not saying Lake County would look exactly like this, but the idea is with our general plan upcoming and other board initiatives, doing some sort of geospatial analysis would be really useful, especially with kind of this longer range CIP planning and the complications of our utility districts here and all the issues we face in Lake County with wildfire risk and other issues.
And we can use that general plan, we can use output from the general plan to inform the metrics. And that would be the goal, is to identify, the metrics factors that, from the general plan that help to influence the prioritization.
Kevin, do you want to speak on this GIS map a little bit?
Yeah, and this is an example from prior work that we've done. This is from the city of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. And that's the unique thing about capital projects is they, of course, facilities projects happen inside a facility, as we know, but most capital projects, if we're talking infrastructure, they have a spatial component. I mean, they take place on physical sites and spaces. And so one thing, really just about every client I've worked with now that we've done is we've connected, the idea of project management and spatial management, reflecting a project and a capital investment within the spatial context, within a map context, so that, and this is a great tool to communicate to your public, to communicate to potential real or potential stakeholders, just for yourselves as well, just to know what's going on and what the status of projects are. Being able to visualize it on a map, it's a lot easier than many times than reading a document. And there's just such great GIS tools out there now, and you can render projects in different ways, and you can feed data, you can integrate data back and forth. And so that's the idea behind this, is use this as really a stakeholder engagement, public engagement tool. And then ongoing, not just for the development of the CIP, but then ongoing to, report out what progress is being made on the CIP. The other thing I'll mention too about the GIS aspect, when you, and I was so happy to see Lake County go ahead and incorporate the GIS services into this, because we can use that for the metrics. So we can actually, depending on the data sources, we can use GIS analysis to establish and calculate, what the metric is once we establish a project footprint. And I'll just give you one example, anything that's based on the American census, and, perhaps you want the number of individuals with disabilities within a certain radius, of a project or potential project. And that, that is a quantifiable metric that you can use, and then incorporate that into your scorecard, which incorporates it into the prioritization process. So just very cool things that you can do with GIS now.
So a great thing about this project too is it has a lot of applications outside of direct government operations. So I was kind of talking about a complicated utility situation, and this could be a tool to help speak to outside investors and kind of explain the status quo and also what the potential pipeline is going after state and federal funding. This won't, make something ready for pre-construction application, but it'll get the wheel turning, and it'll get us, I think, much better prepared to act on funding opportunities, at least site selection. So explaining in conjunction kind of with zoning, what are the capacities, what's coming, that's always useful for them, especially the visual elements. When I've worked with site selectors in the past, the quicker they can have the information, the easier it is to digest, the more likely they are going to stay with you and follow up. And then also it could be a great tool for strategic planning for outside organizations. We now have the foundation here, and thinking through the county's long-range capital spending could really be a positive impact on their thinking. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska.
Well, we are just in strategic planning mode across the board, and I think it's important that we're leveraging all of our plans and coordinating all of the work so that we can get products that will help us attract investment and manage our assets. So I think this is great. So thanks for putting this together, Ben.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just on the strategic side, and also there's reference to debt financing and stuff like that. So just like commented on the last item, you got to re-examine past assumptions pretty aggressively. This contract would be a great time and place to at least kick a couple tires on, because how you finance projects and what little WYSIWYG tools you do to forecast those needs is one thing, but the vision thing is on us. It's on this board. It's on this community. So before they go too deep down these various rabbit holes and talk about things like debt financing in particular, being able to bake in a fresh examination somehow of our own capital needs to help inform this contract as it proceeds would be cool. And I don't know if that's Space Committee or some other type of thing, but this contract basically reinforces the point. We got to be bold, and some things we definitely want to examine all the strategic things we can to get these capital projects moving. We may also question the need to proceed in certain directions, and that would give us cost savings and the ability to maybe even avoid debt financing some things. So love this, going to support it, but to me it's a good opportunity to raise some of those questions.
Thank you very much. This reminds me of a conversation I had with CAO Parker before she was CAO Parker in my office about a comprehensive plan. And I think we're getting there. This is not the complete package, but piece by piece, we are putting it together. And I was happy to see the connection to GIS. I hope that there's some very public-facing documents that are easy to find. Supervisor Pyska mentioned it for investors. We want people to see what we're planning to do so they know where to invest their dollars appropriately so that it's going to be the best return on investment as they can make. So I think that it's important to have that GIS concept. Anything else that can be provided to ensure that there's easy access to understanding. And I hope that we can show that not only is it our strategic plan for the future, but here's what it was in the past 2 years, and that we've accomplished the things that were on our list to get done, so that can lead to a level of trust from investors that what is being planned is going to get done. And that takes fine-tuning of our plan to ensure it's not a pie-in-the-sky type of plan. It's very feet on the ground. This is something we can accomplish because we have access to the funds. So I'm looking forward to this. I think this is great. I believe we're looking at about a 6-month time frame from signing today to potentially this being completed. And that's a decent timeline in my opinion, and looking forward to the final product.
Sounds great. And yes, we can incorporate what the county's delivered in the last few years. And as part of the work product, there is going to be an outward-facing GIS-driven site that will have kind of a narrative element. And then we'll also have an internal site for kind of project management.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Very excited. Anything further? Oh, Vice Chair Crandall.
Yes. So I notified the Central Region Town Hall last night that this would be on the agenda. There was a citizen that had asked, as we were talking about collaboration, I think it was the Glen Haven fire and that whole situation where everyone came together, and someone said, well, it would be nice to see the county do that. And I said, well, this is a step towards that. So yeah, I think it's a great thing.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber, bringing it back to the board for action.
I move that we approve the agreement with AMPM Consulting LLC for an amount not to exceed $157,950 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for bringing this. So we are going to take a brief pause and go into closed session, and then we will be coming out of closed session and coming back to our open session. The item that we will take up in closed session will be our 3 p.m. item, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, appointment of Animal Control Director. And with that, we will go into closed session. All right, welcome back from our closed session. We are now in open session. Vice Chair Crandall, is there any action to take from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to appoint Gregory Wilkins as Animal Care and Control Director effective October 21st, 2024 at Step 3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Wilkins, if you want to introduce yourself, I want to give you the opportunity to.
I will take a moment to introduce myself and say hello to everybody, but I also want to say we can't see them, but I have a great team.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there a
It's on.
It is, you just got to speak.
No, put it back
Turn it
on.
back on.
And it's
You just
on
gotta
now?
speak. There you go.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to take a moment to introduce myself and say hello to all of our counties and neighboring areas, but I want to also say it means a lot that part of the team is out here to support today and be a part of this, so I want to say thank you to them as well.
Well, welcome to the team, and we look forward to seeing your activities in the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Open it up for public comment. Any public comment? And seeing none, let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you again very much.
Welcome.
Photo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're doing a photo? Okay. Get the whole crew up, too. No, they're going, too.
I know. I wait. Can I hide in the back?
We'll find a way to get our faces.
This is fun. I'm getting some great shots out here. With the blue. Yeah, right there. Right there. Perfect. Okay, I want to make sure we have everybody smiling. Okay. All right, got it. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
All right, that's exciting. Are we ready to take on item 7.2?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do 7.2. Consideration of proposed letter to Charles M. Schultz, Sonoma County Airport, STS, encouraging development of approach and departure procedures to mitigate noise impacts by aircraft on the Cobb Mountain communities. Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, so I had help from staff to put this letter together along with a member from the Cobb Area Council who is a pilot. There is an uptick on traffic in the Cobb area in South County. There's a runway that lines up exactly with the top of Cobb Mountain, and so the flights come directly over our community, and we sit at a higher altitude, and so when the planes are coming and going, flying at a plateau and then dramatically going up and down and taking their engines up and down, it has increased a lot of the noise over the area. So because Sonoma County Airport is going through some approach studies and had a comment period open, I'm submitting this letter. I'm requesting that we submit this letter from our board so that we can go on record as making these requests to be a good neighbor. I would say I think that I know the airport is actually in Supervisor Gore's district, so we can either send it to him or the whole board. But this is the letter that is pretty technical. It's been vetted by our other experienced flyer, Ray, who's also a local pilot, and said everything here is absolutely spot on technically.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, just some process questions. So I know there's some comment period open on STS. I don't know if the comments are supposed to be directed to the Board of Supervisors. So just a question as to that comment process. I thought the comment period had closed as far as this particular aspect of the runway. And then not being a pilot, not having the technical background, on the vector adherence. Part of the statement here is that it will keep air traffic further north of us over lesser populated areas. Of course, directly north of Cobb would be Big Valley, Kelseyville, Lakeport, and stuff like that. So absent having any maps or any full understanding of if we're going to push them in a different direction from Cobb, that necessarily involves those planes getting routed to locations elsewhere in the county potentially. So I'm not opposed to sending a letter, but I just don't understand enough about this, and I'm not super comfortable about the stricter vector adherence that would route potentially air traffic away from the Cobb area, but possibly route it elsewhere in the county.
Well, the airport is pretty much directly on the other side of Cobb Mountain. So it is very close in proximity to the airport and also at high elevation. So if you changed the vector, by the time the planes got over any community, the communities would be at a lower altitude and the plane would be at a higher altitude. So I don't think that you would realize any impact. But this is just, the airport doesn't have any, they don't, once the airplane leaves the airport, there's no jurisdiction. So this is encouraging pilots to be friendly, to adhere to friendly neighbor procedures. So that's all this is really requesting, and anything that the airport can do is request pilots to do this. So I have had conversations with Supervisor Gore. He knows this letter is coming. The comment period did close last Friday, but we didn't have enough meetings to get this done. So he knows that this is on its way and he's expecting it. So don't have to worry about the comment period being closed.
And I think we can always send letters to our colleagues to let them know our thoughts so that they can incorporate that as they move forward in their studies and their decision-making process. I do have a question for you. Obviously, the technical knowledge needed for this is beyond me, so I'm not going to question any of that. Is this enough? Is there a future ask maybe that will come back at a later time, or is just this letter simply enough to at least make our statement and see what they do with it?
Yeah, this is enough because they don't have jurisdiction really. But what the planes, it's easy. Sometimes pilots prefer to do this plateauing and then up and down, and then they have to turn their engines up higher, and so they're just trying to train all of the pilots around the airport because they're getting complaints all around Sonoma County about this. And so if they just consistently fly straight up or straight down, then there's less noise impact. So they've been gathering comments, and I listened to the comment period, or I listened to the presentations and all the comments, and I think that we just do this, and
Okay.
I don't think we need to do much else.
And I don't think that what we're asking is moving the burden from one to another. As you stated, Cobb is at a high elevation. Maybe there's sparse population in the mountains in the north or the south, but in comparison, it will not be anything close to what it is for the Cobb community. So I'm okay with what's being requested. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a need for more to ensure that we're heard. So, anything else? Supervisor
My
Simon?
only follow-up question, because I support sending the letter. Should we send it to Congressman Thompson's office, since it's the FAA, a federal agency that kind of controls the airports? Just a question, just a copy of it, or a CC them on our letter? I don't know. I just wanted to ask a question. Because it is a federal agency, right? The FAA controls the airports. I just thought of that right now, so.
I like the suggestion, and I don't think it would hurt to do so. As far as you made a suggestion to both the supervisor whose district it is, as well as Supervisor Hopkins, I would say yes to both as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's fine. I don't know if it's necessary, but I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. Anything else? Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak? I can't find Zoom on this item. Please raise your hand in Zoom. Get up in the board chamber. And seeing none of the above, I'm bringing it back to the board for action.
Okay, I move that we approve the letter to STS and authorize the chair to sign.
With the additional CCs?
I'm sorry, it amended to, the letter should go to Supervisor Gore. It could CC Supervisor Hopkins and CC Mike Thompson's office, Congressman Thompson's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for bringing that. Next, we have 7.5. CAO Parker, are we ready for that one? Okay. Consideration of an update to the CalCard Program Policies and Procedures Manual, and we have Casey Moreno, who I assume will be doing this.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budget. So we have a CalCard policy which has not been updated since 2000. As you can imagine, there's been a few changes, different programmatic terms that are updated, guides, various things like that. So we worked with the auditor's office. Actually, it's been about a year and a half, almost 2-year process. It was going on before I came to admin. And so there are a lot of changes in there, but most of it is, the bones are still there and are still relevant. It's just references of where people can find these documents or what the program-specific roles are that are reflected, such as the billing department is the auditor's office. And so we have changed those around to reflect their common name. We have also updated some forms with those document names. So there was a lot of R002, various terms like that. They're referring to forms that we couldn't even find. So they have been long gone, so those are updated now. We also removed the approving official responsibilities. A lot of those responsibilities were also repeated in the department head tasks, and so we just removed that section and moved some of those relevant tasks down to the department head task, as well as the approving official for the purchasing agent. A new section that we added in with strong consultation by the auditor's office is the compliance section. So if a cardholder does not follow the policies, then we can take steps to revoke their CalCard. And there are a few grammatical errors. So on page 3 of the clean copy draft, the second bullet point states depart head, should say department head. And on page 4 of the clean copy, specifically excluded purchases, it says cardholder guide, it should say cardholder guidebook. And then also would like to change in that same sentence where it says County of Lake CalCard may not be used, we would like to change that to shall not be used. Any questions?
All right. Sorry, I was
Sorry.
thinking of our last conversation. I did not expect that to change to shall. I thought that was going to stay as may, but that is what it is. Any questions or comments? You talked more. All right. I just want to bring up something, and I appreciate the correspondence regarding this policy update. So I was reviewing all of the different CalCards, and directors have different amounts of maximums or maximum per use. I see some managers and supervisors even have more. It just seems very random, and I'm not sure. I just wanted to put it out there. Does there need to be some limitations within positions saying director has a maximum allowable use to this? Because it just looked really like, it just looked very subjective as to who could get what, and it was very different throughout. There was no consistency with positions or consistency with amounts or maximum amounts. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up and see how that works at this moment in time.
So there are quite a few departments that have much larger amounts, but they'll have maybe 1 or 2 Cal cards for the whole department. Sheriff's Office, for example, they purchase a lot of items online, and that's how most of the Cal cards are used, is online purchases. And so they have, I believe, just 2 Cal cards for the entire department, including the jail. And so when they need to order in bulk, they put it on the card. There's other departments who have like a one-time purchase that they need to make that is a little bit higher or higher for their single purchase limit. So then we will, if they email us, we just need an email from the department head saying, please increase it to this. We increase it for that one-time need, and then we decrease it back down.
Okay. And I know that we just went through the process with the purchasing ordinance to kind of increase because things cost more money. Is that something that you're seeing across the board where people are asking for a larger maximum amount on their Cal cards because things cost more money?
Not too much.
Okay.
The amounts are pretty similar to what they were before the purchasing ordinance was updated. It just kind of depends. Towards the end of the fiscal year, a lot of departments will make larger purchases to make sure that they count towards that fiscal year. And then around this time, they kind of taper off a bit. So it just depends on each department individually.
Appreciate all the information you provided me. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, super quick question, bottom page 2. Do not wait for your statement to come in the mail. So there seems to be a system called Access Online where CalCard spending is tracked and approved and so on and so forth. So I just, is that a thing? And then our department heads and any other people holding on the Cal cards fully up to speed on that system? Is that the go-to? I found it a little interesting. There's probably some online portal where most of this is supposed to happen, just like when they're approving time cards. I wasn't aware we were still doing statements to come in the mail. Are those issued by the card company that issues the Cal cards?
Yeah, so there is a statement that is generated around the 23rd, 24th of each month. And so you can view it online or you can wait for it to come in the mail. Since we pay it all as one payment from the auditor's office, the statement looks like a normal credit card statement, but it says do not pay this amount because you reconcile it and send it to the auditor. But those are available online, and we have, between admin and the auditor's office, have made huge pushes for departments to get their access online access. It is called Access. And so once you sign up for a new Cal card, that information is automatically sent to you. Some of the older ones might not have gotten that, or if they haven't logged in, so we can reset that.
So if we have 1 or 2 people of a certain age who maybe are not up to speed on Access Online, should we be baking in a requirement that we go paperless just to keep second floor happy? Or, I don't want somebody who's comfortable getting the statement in the mail to either trip up over this because of a sudden reliance on Access online only, or can they continue to leverage the mail statements?
So they can still use the mail statements, but they get them around the very end of the month, and they're due by the 5th. So it gives them a much shorter turnaround time, whereas if they look it up online on the 23rd, 24th, that gives them a lot longer time to reconcile all the information and find the receipts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think if we have struggles in accessing an online portal for this, that's the least of our struggles as a whole. So I think that's the way what we should be doing it. So. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see no hands in Zoom and no one moving at all in the chamber. Bringing it back to the board for action.
I heard a couple typos in there. So if I move to approve the revised Cal Card program policies and procedures as amended, would that work?
Second.
I believe the answer to that question is yes. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to skip a little further. Let's go ahead and do 7. What makes sense for the right order? Yeah, let's just take 7. I apologize for the question. Do we need Mr. Gearhart to be here for the item of 7.6? I know we have Pam Samick here.
I recommend it.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and skip that, but it's all kind of interrelated. Let's do 7.9 just to see what happens. Consideration of the following advisory board appointments: Emergency Medical Care Committee. We have one identified application, First 5 Lake County, one as well, and Spring Valley CSA number 2, one as well. And I'll just put all three right now up for discussion. Is there any discussion on any of the applications received?
Just for the board's information, we're continuing to work on a second set of bylaws amendments for Emergency Medical Care Committee. This appointment is for an alternate, so the primary seat category is for a representative of Sutter Lakeside. It was Mr. Stevens, and Najia Sadiq is proposed here to be appointed as the alternate. The bylaws kind of say they get to choose their own alternate, the primary member, but in terms of process, we still want to get those alternates to apply, fill out the form, sign the code of conduct, and bring it to the board for their approval as the alternate.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment on any of the applications? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. One application per committee identified, and no hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber. Bring it back, one motion per committee.
Move to approve Najia Sadiq as the alternate representative for Sutter Lakeside Hospital on the Emergency Medical Care Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move to approve Fawn Rave to the First 5 Lake Commission. It says member at large, but I think there's a tribal representative on there. Category. I don't have it in front of me, though. Let me see. It just says commissioner.
Would say go with what's there.
I don't think it's an at-large, though. I can probably find out really quick. Can we go to the other one?
Yeah, so I'll go. Oh, do you want me to do the other one?
Withdraw the previous motion.
So I will go ahead and move to appoint Joe Wells as the CSA 2 to that advisory committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Johanna, I don't have time. Do we have categories on that one?
She's just being reappointed as member at large, but we have her as education director at Robinson. So I think it's just member at large.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Move to approve Fawn Rave, First 5 Commission as a member at large.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our calendars. Yes?
Mr. Gearhart is on Zoom.
Oh, he's on Zoom. Thank you very much. Wasn't looking at that. All right, so let's go ahead and take up item 7.6, sitting as the Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, consideration of a resolution authorizing hiring incentives and differential ad pay for the Lake County Air Quality Management District staff in response to critical hiring and staffing issues in Lake County's Air Quality Management District. And we have Pam Samick from Human Resources and Doug Gearhart, Director of Air Quality, with us. Not sure who wants to start it off. Unless CAO Parker wants to take this one.
Pam Samick, Director of HR. We are asking to adopt a resolution authorizing hiring incentives and differential ad pay to the Lake County Management Air District in response to staffing issues with the Lake County Air Quality District. Due to severe staffing shortages impacting the Lake County Air Management District, staff recommends implementing a temporary increased incentive program that would increase the incentives to $20,000 for up to 4 air quality management engineer positions with a total cost not to exceed $80,000. This is a temporary hiring incentive program that will end after 4 employees have received the hiring incentive or June 30th of 2025, whichever occurs first. Any person accepting the hiring incentive will have to agree to remain to stay employed with the county for up to 2 years. The payout is as follows: $10,000 following 30 days from their initial appointment, $5,000 after the first year of employment, and $5,000 after the second year of employment. In addition, due to the complex geothermal engineering duties in the Lake County Air Management District, we recommend adding add pay to the following classifications: 5% for Engineer 1, 10% for Engineer 2 and Senior, and 10% for the Air Pollution Control Officer and the Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer. The cost of this program is outlined. Total estimated cost is $53,871.28. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerhardt. Director Gerhardt, did you want to add anything to this?
At this point, no, I think Pam covered everything for me, so I think unless you have questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, you just said total estimated cost $53K, but on the first page, if there's 4 engineers and $20K, oh, I'm sorry, that's a differential pay. My bad. Thank you.
All right. So just some brief comments, and I apologize for throwing a wrench in the wheel. I know I had a conversation with Ms. Samick yesterday. Unfortunately, sleeping on it changed my mind. Moving forward with this for me is difficult in the sense that I really feel that it would need a tentative agreement or a signed agreement by the union. We are approving a resolution that would also approve the meet and confer to happen with that union, and I just think it's the wrong order of operations. Without mixing too many other items, because there's kind of 3 items that are interrelated here in the untimed items that we have to take up this afternoon. We have in our hiring incentive policy that we cannot exceed $10,000. It doesn't say unless authorized by the Board of Supervisors. It doesn't have any of that language in there. So I would say that in the past, when we have done that, we've done that without following our policy or our ordinance that we have regarding hiring incentives. The hiring incentive is also capped at $10,000 for directors. And here we are increasing it without having yet utilized the $10,000 to see if that would incentivize greater applicant pool. Right now we're jumping from no incentive to a higher incentive. And so those are my concerns. My one concern, I will be abstaining from this vote because I don't feel this is the right order of operations. We need to include our unions in the conversation prior to bringing this to public. I feel we are negotiating in public. And 2, if this does move forward, I would prefer it move forward with a $10,000 incentive to start with to see how that impacts the applicant pool. And also, I would request consensus. There has potential implications to a other contract that we have with Mendocino County, where the pay is based off of the Lake County pay. Here, there's differential pay and so on. And I would like for that to come back for us to review what the implications are and looking for consensus from the board on that.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's one of the things I was going to actually ask. Considering this, how how many times did we go out for recruitment? Can anyone answer?
Once in 2023 and once in 2024. And we have increased incentives via resolution in another department. So that seems like it was the mechanism for that. But if we're wanting to change that resolution or update the policy, either way, we can get direction.
Yeah, I understand right now they're having a struggle with staffing, and I understand that it's probably played a hindrance to being able to post or recruit. So, yeah, I was thinking about the Mendocino County collaboration or any other agencies that maybe they'd be collaborating with, because I know that there's been some situations where they are so limited and overwhelmed and overburdened that they aren't taking on a lot of different things. So I just want to kind of know if there's other options to collaborate or something of the like while they're waiting for these things, if they get passed, to take place, to help with business as usual, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And just to clarify, agreeance to coming back at a later time to review the Mendocino contract to see what implications this may have on that, or further discussions regarding it.
Yeah.
Is there another, is there consensus to that? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Any further comments, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, so on the differentials, I struggle because if you're an engineer in Lake County and you have geothermal, I don't know if it's a differential because you don't have different classes of employees and the higher levels doing the differential work. So, but to your point as to the order, I do believe meet and confer should have happened before this item coming to us. And I'm not going to abstain on that. I'll definitely vote no on that basis alone. As to the size of the hiring incentives being over what our other departments are doing, that perked my ears up too. And you're right, one or two failed recruitments in the past 2 years doesn't necessarily prove the point that we need to go over the standard 10K to get to 20K, although these are engineering jobs, and I think there's justification there, but there wasn't process preceding the ask for the 20K. So I won't be supporting this today. Good effort. I certainly appreciate every reasonable effort to bring our air quality management district up to full staffing, but there's got to be a method to that. So.
Any other comments, Supervisor Simon?
So the $20,000, I thought that was done in another case.
We did it for
Women.
jail, female deputy.
Yeah, so this board did that.
Yeah.
So I was just confused by that comment of, we've never gone over the 20,000, that we've done that.
We did it using a resolution previously, which is kind of why we mirrored this request this way. So we have done it, and the board is allowed to adopt a resolution to do this. And Lloyd, can you speak to the fact that we can do a meet and confer after approval or prior to approval? Either way is acceptable based on board direction?
Yeah, so that is correct, the meet and confer. That's up to your board's discretion of whether, on when it should occur. This issue here deals with matters within the scope of representation as defined in Government Code Section 3504, which relates to labor negotiations with public employee organizations, because it includes matters related to, or including but not limited to, wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment. So your board has the option, as it always does, it is permissive to either deal with this matter, this presentation, and for your board's action in an open session. Your board also has the option of taking this back for further discussions in closed session. The timing of the meet and confer, as long as it occurs, that's the type of flexibility that your board would have, and that's up to your board's determination. And part of the consideration there, as Director Samek has referenced, is prior instances in the past of how your board has approved similar types of actions via resolution. So in one scenario, if your board adopts this resolution, it would still be as part of the recommended action. There would be direction to staff to meet and confer, of course, in a scenario where coming out of if as a result of the meet and confer, there is no agreement between the two sides, it would at some point or other, in some form or other, come back to your board for consideration. By then, there would be an adopted resolution, plenty of options on the table on how to go about moving forward with that resolution under that scenario. So there's several options that your board can take here. As long as the meet and confer occurs, the sequence of that, it will be up to your board's discretion.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Just a quick question for Mr. Gearhart. Without any of this moving forward, what would, I think we talked, I think I had a discussion we had a discussion, and we mentioned how if there's not anything to continue forward and eventually there's not enough reports being done and things like that, that the state could eventually be taking over this situation. Or the department, if you will, or this whole.
Lose attainment.
Yeah, we would lose attainment, yeah.
Right. Yeah, the issue is if the state determines that we are not complying with health and safety code and meeting our mandates to enforce the state and federal Clean Air Act, they can take over the district, and it's the district, not the department. They can take us over and operate us as a state entity, which would eliminate all local control. So there would be no local input, no local rules. It would be all the state requirements would be implemented. And there's a legal process for them to go through, but it's fairly simple for them to make that determination. So it hasn't happened in the past, but they have the option to do that. So, and there's a couple triggers that they could use, and one is monitoring and one is other mandates. So.
Would you say that we're close to that, or do you just, that it's never been done, so we don't know, it's just a potential thing that could happen?
It's unknown what would, because the politics of it is probably the bigger issue than, if the state could do it easily, they would probably have already done it. But the politics of state getting into local politics and stuff is a little more challenging for them. They don't like to do that, so they will try and avoid that when possible. But yeah, we're at a point where they could do that at any point. They really don't want to, and they don't want to get involved in local politics. So that's why we're still able to operate.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska?
Well, it seems like the majority of you don't want to move forward with this, but it is critical that we figure out how to. So if this has to come back, it has to come back as soon as possible.
I just wanted to know about the question that you mentioned about Mendocino County.
Okay.
I didn't really say yes or no.
Oh, okay.
But I did want to know from Pam that if you would be willing to assist, considering the I guess you could say the lack of resources or whatever the case may be in the department, the urgency and whatnot, with the district. I keep calling it a department. I apologize for that, but the district to recruit and things of that.
Yes, HR is always happy to aid a department in recruitment. There needs to be some level of recruitment from the department head so that they recruit out to their networks and out to special groups, especially for engineers. But yes, I am happy to help in any way possible.
And if possible, Is there, with other department heads or district or anything like that, how many times do they recruit or post for a position before?
For critical hires, they don't stop generally. If a recruitment fails, it either stays open continuously or we reopen and we try different avenues, different advertisements. You can't not post and hope somebody's going to show up to our door. You have to post. So you can't get good results if you're not posting.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly comment on county councils. It sounds like there's enough wiggle room. We could meet and confer before or after the reso, but to me, despite that latitude and that flexibility, if we can clarify, if not today, somewhere down the road, that the preferred approach is to meet and confer before the reso comes, because otherwise, okay, I'm going to meet and confer in good faith. Well, we already passed the reso, so it's not quite a take it or leave it, but it's pretty close. I can't imagine a good faith conferring process that would say we'd like to go in a different direction, or say the union just hypothetically would say we're not opposed to this, but we're opposed to 20K versus 10K because of this, that, and the other. So it's, to me, the superior default position would be meet and confer privately and then bring those resos forward after that process. But, my colleagues may not agree with me, and clearly the code gives us latitude to do it either way. But, that's what I'm concerned about. Here's your brand new reso. Now we're going to go meet and confer and see what you guys think. Doesn't sound like the most...
In the 5.5 years that I've been here, we have never meet and conferred first, unless it was a negotiation where you gave us standards and then we went to the union because we were negotiating a contract. Most of our management policies, incentives have all come to the board first because that's how we get our direction. And so if I developed a policy and took it to the unions without bringing it to you first, and then you didn't agree with it, or you didn't give me direction to do so, at least in the last 5.5 years, that's the way we've done it, is direction first, then met with the unions. And also in the last 5.5 years with incentives, hiring, and other policies, they have never said, no, this is just out of line. It's always been an open conversation. And when you're talking about ad pay, they like anything that increases pay to our staff. So they're not likely to turn that down. But that's just giving you historical, at least in the last 5.5 years, this is how we've done it. But we can do it any way you direct me.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Doug has his hand up.
Doug, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to add something real quick, just to clarify on the recruitment issue. It's more than just 2 failed recruitments in 2 years. So we had 4 staffing a year ago, just over a year ago. We lost our technician to community development. And then in December, we ran an engineer recruitment. We hired in early 2024. That person did not last very long and left us. We did another recruitment, which was failed. And then we lost our engineer that was our current staff, our only engineer. So we've had 4 different people, 4 different basically attempts to keep staff here. So it's more than just 2 failed recruitments. It's 2 failed recruitments plus the loss of 2 staff at the same time. So I just wanted to clarify that it's a bigger issue than just a couple failed recruitments in the last 12 months.
Appreciate the clarification. All right, open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none in the chamber or Zoom, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
The resolution has been offered.
All right, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Wait, are we sitting as directors right now?
We are sitting as a board of
Okay.
directors.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Crandall,
Aye.
Director Green,
No.
Director Pyska.
Yes.
And Director Sabatier.
Abstain.
All right.
Resolution passes. We're going to move on to the next item, which is consideration of, we're going to do 711 first. Consideration of resolution amending resolution number 2024-100, establishing position allocations for fiscal year 24-25, budget unit number 8799, Air Quality Management District. And we have both Ms. Samick and Director Gerhardt. Who wants to take this one on?
I can. We are basically asking to add an air quality engineer 2. So this classification would be engineer 1/2. It would be a flex classification to give them the maximum flexibility to hire somebody with 0 experience or somebody with a couple of years experience in addition to the senior engineer that they would like to hire.
Okay. Any comments or questions regarding that update? Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No one in the Zoom room, no one in the chamber. Bringing it back to the board for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
We're directors, right? Are we the directors still?
Or back to
Back to
supervisor.
supervisor. Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Green.
Yes.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Thank you. Then we're going to move on to item 710, consideration of updated hiring incentive policy, human resource. I don't know why I'm reading the sponsors. Let's start with Ms. Samick.
Yes, staff is recommending the following changes to our incentive policy is to take it to 3 payments, so 50% upon hire, 25% following the first year, and 25% following the second year. This should make it easier for the auditor's office to not have to collect, spreading out the payments. We are asking to change the repayment to repayment on a prorated basis. And then we are asking to add the deputy public defender. And there was a typo here. It should be employment and training worker, not employment and eligibility. I merged 2 positions together. And resource planner to the hard to fill list.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions regarding this item?
Just the pending meet and confer, so my vote will reflect that.
So my comment on this is a couple of comments. One, I don't like the fact that we have such a breakdown, and I get why it's there in the first place, because we did have different processes depending on positions, but now it's the same process for all the positions, and I would prefer we not re-separate those processes again. So I almost feel like we should just get rid of the department head recruits, the non-safety positions, and all of them say the general process is a maximum of $10,000 unless approved by Board of Supervisors to go above. That's not in there. I would like to see that in there because it does say not to exceed 10,000. So even though we did pass a resolution in the past, it's in conflict with this policy that we have. And then all the rest has been changed to match, where it's 50% for the first 6 months, then 25% after 12 months, and 25% after 2 years. You must repay prorated, and all of the other stuff is the same. And I would prefer that we all combine it together so that it never re-separates. Different processes makes it confusing. We've learned a lot through this process, which is why we've come to using the same, or are looking to use the same process for everyone. So those are my comments on this item, other than the last revised date needs to be 10/22/2024.
Correct. And I would be happy to bring it back to you in a more consolidated fashion. If we could pass this for now so that we make it easier on the auditor's office and start the repayment schedule, both on a prorated basis and over 2 years. And then I'm happy to bring it back in a more consolidated fashion.
Okay. What I would still ask is for an amendment that says hiring incentive of 10% of the annual rate of pay not to exceed $10,000 unless approved otherwise by the Board of Supervisors, so that we can break that $10,000 barrier if we need to, and it would help us comply with the resolution that we just passed.
Yes, after my conversation with you, I did take an attempt to redevelop it and send it to Susan. So once she takes a peek at it, we'll bring it back in a more consolidated fashion. But we do have a number of positions that have automatic, that automatically qualify, and we have some positions that do not automatically qualify. They must meet the hard to fill. So we just need to define that out.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No hands in Zoom, no movement in the chamber. I'll bring it back to the board. I am looking for any comments on my suggested change to the unless otherwise approved by the Board of Supervisors to go above the $10,000.
Where would that go?
Well, right now it would go in 3 locations where it says department head recruitments, pay not to exceed $10,000 unless otherwise approved by the Board of Supervisors. Under non-safety positions, newly appointed employee not to exceed $10,000 unless approved by the Board of Supervisors. And under the deputy probation officer, where it says $10,000 hiring incentive unless approved by Board of Supervisors.
Is there a max stated in the deputy sheriff or the sheriff? I don't see a max in there. Wouldn't you extend that same change to the sheriff's positions?
I thought the sheriff's position.
They have, and I don't know where they're at in their resolution, they have a resolution authorizing special incentives, which is not part of this policy, just because I don't want to update the policy for special or temporary programs.
How would I distinguish these garden variety incentives from the special programs? You want this policy to be applicable. If this policy is not applicable to the special programs, then what guidance do we get from that portion of the policy?
I don't know what you're asking. It's in the policy already that the sheriff's department is also 10K not to, or 10% not to exceed 10K, or 10K, excuse me. So it's already in the policy, the current policy, and it'll be laid out in a much simpler way as we bring this back to the board without changing it massively, just formatting.
Did you have your pen up, Supervisor Staff?
No, you guys are confusing me right now. So can we, so what you're asking is to add that in today. Lloyd, can we add that in today without making any major changes or anything?
Yes, your board can make those additions, and the approval would just be to approve the policy as amended.
All right.
And that includes the revised date of 10/22/2024.
Yes.
Okay.
And also the employment and training worker.
And where is that?
I listed it as employment and eligibility worker. I merged 2 titles.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right. Did we already do public comment?
Yes, we did.
So moved.
And
as stated by county council.
Oh, and just to for further clarification, it would be to approve the updated hiring incentive policy as amended pending the meet and confirm meeting with the unions.
That's what I heard.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay. And I believe that is everything except for our calendars. Did I miss anything? All right, let's go ahead and start with our weekly calendars. We'll start with Supervisor Green.
All right, looks like First Five Commission tomorrow, meeting in Lakeport this time. I see in the board chambers tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30. There'll be a workshop put on by Lake County Probation regarding community input regarding potential housing projects for justice-involved individuals. Looks like on the 28th, next Monday, I should have Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council. And other than that, it's going to be a spooky last week. But I don't have anything else on my calendar right now. So.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, moving through this week, did have the Disaster Council yesterday. I did want to do a plug for a couple of meetings we do have coming up. In Clear Lake, October 23rd, 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the City Hall of Clear Lake. There will be a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan put on by Lake County OES, the City of Clear Lake, and the City of Lakeport. And then on the 24th, 5:30 to 7 at the Lakeport City Hall. It'll be the same meeting. So there's two meetings put on by Lake County OES for multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan projects. First time in the county's history that they're doing this, so looking for community input. And you can go also to the website at OES and get the information. So lakesheriff.com about OES HMP is one website, and then the Lake ABC Wildfire Evacuation and Preparedness Plan Project is being hosted on the October 30th from 12 to 1 p.m. You can get that information at lakeabc.org. Projects, all of these having to do with hazard mitigation plan updates and really just making our community safer as we move forward. So please join those meetings. Just wanted to make the plug for that as we move forward. I did not make the Risk Reduction Authority meeting, so Supervisor Peisker will give the update. I have the meeting today. Thursday, it looks like I have a Geysers Agreement Ad Hoc Committee meeting that's been scheduled. For this week, and then there is no meeting next week, correct? Correct. Looks like we have a facility CIP on Wednesday the 30th that was scheduled today, and back here on the 5th, and then obviously Halloween in between that time, so that's it.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Peiska?
We didn't have too much action at the RRA meeting. It was a lot of partner updates, which was good to hear. A lot of coming from the RCD and Fire Safe Council. Tomorrow, I have the tree mortality check-in with the Resilience Initiative, Fire Chiefs meeting, OPR meeting, and then NCO in the afternoon here in Lakeport. Thursday is the RRA Best Fits Grants meeting, which I may or may not be able to get to. The Geysers Ad Hoc meeting, I might have to be Zooming into that one. I'm not sure yet. And then the evening is the Wildfire Recovery Photo Voice Research Town Hall after 2 or 3 years of research. That's finally coming together. Friday is the Cold Creek Hedge monthly pre-planning meeting, Tree Mortality Task Force meeting, Kelseyville Area Plan Community meeting. That's virtual. And my meeting on Monday with CIO Parker. Tuesday, I have the all-day County Preparedness Engagement Action and Resilience meeting, PAIR, hosted by the RCD. Wednesday is the Cobb area meeting that's virtual. Halloween Insurance Working Group, Kelseyville Area Plan meeting.
Yeah.
We have the Rec Agency meeting in the afternoon, which is at the, that's just 2 of the same. You gonna be able to make that one, you think?
Next Thursday?
31st, yeah?
Zoom.
Zoom, okay. And then my CSAT class on the 1st, all day again. And then back the following week.
All right.
Vice Chair Crandall, thank you.
Yeah, I will first announce that this Saturday there will be another Clash Against Trash in Lucerne at the Castle. It's all the same as before. Saturday, October 26th, 9 a.m. through 1 p.m. 3700 Country Club Drive, and it'll be bulky items, e-waste, and household garbage. No hazardous materials. It's the same thing we've done before. October 26th, then it was presented at the town council last night in Central Region in Lucerne. So the folks are passing these out as of now and getting ready for it this weekend. But also there was another announcement about the Hallow Fest. The Vision of Hope Village presents a Hallow Fest, which is Saturday, October 26th from 12 to 4. This group is a nonprofit that helps with folks that are on the spectrum. And so it's a really awesome event. I've been to a couple of their events, and it's always at the Nice Event Center. I think this one is too. Yeah, Nice Event Center. So, yeah, that, the meetings that you've already mentioned, and back here the week after. So,
Thank you very much. Let's see. Tomorrow, meeting with Greg Folsom, who's currently still the interim for Chamber of Commerce for Lake County. I do believe that his days are almost up, but we'll see if and when that happens. Meeting with our housing navigator from Lake County Continuum of Care, joining Citizens Caring for Clear Lake that afternoon, coming back to Lakeport for our first 5 commission meeting, joining Lake Fire Protection District, and I think I'm going to go to the probation RCHDC meeting that'll be held here in the chambers at 5:30, and go to the hazardous mitigation meeting in Lakeport the following day on Thursday. On that Thursday, starting off with Judge's Breakfast, I think we're done with our candidates forum. We'll be moving on to other topics. Starting off with the pig count from the Continuum of Care. Hope Rising meeting is happening that day. Meeting with the jail medical staff for their third quarter MAC meeting. Going back to City Hall, where Congressman Thompson will have USDA representatives there for rural development. I already talked about hazardous mitigation. Meeting with PEG on Friday. I'm going to be going to Redbud Library on Saturday the 26th. A partner of one of our staff members who works at the library, Josh Price, has published his book, and I will be getting his signature and joining him at the library that day. Following week is fairly light. I will be joining Tribal Health for Halloween to judge their Halloween contest. Working on our pit count. Again, our pit count will be January 23rd, 2025. We're finalizing the last of our organization for that, so you'll be hearing more. And meeting with our food policy blue zones folks. And again, we have an extra meeting for Lake County Continuum of Care happening on Friday the 1st, and then we'll be back on the 5th. And that's what I have for now, and that finishes all of our open session items. We will continue back into closed session for item 8.1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, 8.2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, FERC Project Number 77, Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. And with that, we will be going into closed session. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, I forgot to mention.